victory lane. Shop now at weirsmachine.com and ultraforcetech.com.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour. I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Harvest time means it's time to bring out the tractors.
But not just any tractors.
We're bringing out the wildest, fire-breathing 10,000 horsepower tractors on steroids. It's the Lucas Oil Pro Pulling National. This is loud, proud American family fun at its finest. It all happens September 24th and 25th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com. lucasoilspeedway.com. Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. I'm here today with Sergeant Nikki Woodrow and Officer Paul Cruz from the Wichita Police Department. Mel Ham Ford has partnered with Bear & Concrete, the Wichita Police Foundation, to give away this fully restored 1976 Ford truck. All the proceeds go to the Wichita Police Foundation to support all of our officers in the Wichita community. Buy a chance for 20 or 6 for 100. Mel Hamilton Ford, Bear & Concrete, Wichita Police Foundation, we all support the men and women in blue. Will you?
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deadler's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
At Mel Hamilton Ford, taking care of customers is our #1 priority. If you're shopping for a reliable used car, you can count on us to make the process easy. At Mel Hamilton Ford, every used car is inspected by a certified technician because we care. We have a large used selection of over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs. Every make and model, not just Fords. Shop us today at 119th and West Kellogg or check us out online at mhford.com.
Mel Hamilton Ford makes buying a car so easy, even a caveman can do it.
Experience the difference.
Since 1997, Weir's Machine has been innovating the finest products in the racing industry. We also manufacture the Ultra Force load machines and develop the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Proudly made in the USA, champions across the country choose Weir's Machine and Ultra Force to take them to victory lane. Shop now at weirsmachine.com and ultraforcetech.com. Scores It, the ultimate scorekeeper for every backyard game. Proudly made in the USA of steel and aluminum, the Scores It comes standard with dual drink and cell phone holders, as well as the all-important bottle opener. Select from 10 different colors. Order your Scores It online today at scoresit.com.
What's the wildest entertainment spectacle for kids of all ages? Monster trucks, of course. Monster trucks! Get down to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Outlaw Monster Truck Show. Eve of destruction. Roaring, bouncing, slamming, car-crushing fun that'll bring out the kid in everyone. Don't miss it! It all happens October 23rd, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Maria up there is just is a great person to talk to. They're always real easy. You need something, they get it right out. And my program wouldn't be nearly where it's at without support like FK Rod Ends. Everything on our car is, the best in the business, and they're on there for a reason. And we just have such, good relationships with Maria and them there, and their products, the best in the business, and that's why we run them.
Since 1999, Pergola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at pergolaperformancesystems.com. Pergola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
As General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Hi, I'm Chris Davis. My wife Jan and I are co-owners of Midwest Sheet Metal here in Springfield, Missouri. We acquired the company from my father-in-law about 25 years ago. We're a 75-year-old company. We do just custom fabrication of stainless, aluminum, and carbon steel. And we do quite a bit with the national and local racers across the country. The unique thing about us is somebody comes to us with an idea that if they want fabricated, we can make this happen. We can fabricate anything, any one-off thing that you might want. I've gained the trust with the racers over the years that they know that I will fabricate it for them and nobody knows about it. Most all the products that we advertise, we keep in stock. I mean, I'm tired of this. We can order it for you. The main stuff that we advertise is in stock, ready to ship. We can usually ship anything in 1 to 2 days. That's a big deal with the racers, that we have it in stock, ready to ship.
We've been teamed up with FK Rod for 8 years now. We're on their Teflon line rod ends, and just can't say enough about their product. The strength and reliability is second to none. They're maintenance-free. They're the strongest product out there. We've never had a failure with their product on their car. Maria and everybody at FK is great to work with, and they always take great care of us. Customer support's through the roof, and we just can't thank them enough for all their support for not just me, but all the racers and all the events they sponsor all over the country.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Before summer ends, get to the loudest beach party of them all. The 11th Annual Drag Boat Nationals, combined with the 2nd Annual Lucas Oil MLRA Ron Jenkins Memorial. It's the ultimate surf and turf combo event for race fans of all ages. It all happens September 3rd through the 5th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Hi everybody, Marshall Fagers here in the QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First, up top here we have the first 2 1/4 inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open competition dirt super late model. These will hold up to 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps to smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. It helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here, we have the 3.2 inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at qa1.net or find us on Facebook.
The USMTS Souvenir Trailer is your one-stop shop for all your USMTS souvenir needs. From jackets to hoodies to t-shirts to can koozies and so much more, the USMTS Souvenir Trailer has it all. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer can be found online at shopusmts.com. See a wide variety of merchandise and accessories to help you get prepared for race day. Ordering is very simple and will even ship right to your doorstep. Visit the USMTS Souvenir Trailer today and get ready for when the best of the USMTS visits your local racetrack.
American racing started on dirt tracks with tough men in both winged and non-winged sprint cars proving their bravery and skill with every lap. That kind of racing still exists, and you can see it at the 11th Annual ASCS War Jesse Hawk and Daniel McMillan Memorial. Grassroots racing at its finest. It all happens September 16th through the 18th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Weir's machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com. Proudly made in the USA, champions across the country choose Weir's machine and Ultra Force to take them to victory lane. Shop now at weirsmachine.com and ultraforcetech.com.
Zach Vanderbeek here, dirt modified racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me racing competitively on the USMTS Tour. I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Harvest time means it's time to bring out the tractors.
But not just any tractors.
We're bringing out the wildest, fire-breathing 10,000 horsepower tractors on steroids. It's the Lucas Oil Pro Pulling National. This is loud, proud, American family fun at its finest. It all happens September 24th and 25th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. I'm here today with Sergeant Nikki Woodrow and Officer Paul Cruz from the Wichita Police Department. Mel Ham Ford has partnered with Barron Concrete, the Wichita Police Foundation, to give away this fully restored 1976 Ford truck. All the proceeds go to the Wichita Police Foundation to support all of our officers in the Wichita community. Buy a chance for 20 or 6 for 100. Mel Hamilton Ford, Barron Concrete, Wichita Police Foundation, we all support the men and women in blue. Will you?
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear? See there's opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
At Mel Hamilton Ford, taking care of customers is our #1 priority. If you're shopping for a reliable used car, you can count on us to make the process easy. At Mel Hamilton Ford, every used car is inspected by a certified technician because we care. We have a large used selection of over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs. Every make and model, not just Fords. Shop us today at 119th and West Kellogg or check us out online at mhford.com.
Mel Hamilton Ford makes buying a car so easy, even a caveman can do it.
Experience the difference.
Since 1997, Weir's Machine has been innovating the finest products in the racing industry. We also manufacture the Ultra Force load machines and develop the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Proudly made in the USA, champions across the country choose Weir's Machine and Ultra Force to take them to victory lane. Shop now at weirsmachine.com and ultraforcetech.com. Scores It, the ultimate scorekeeper for every backyard game. Proudly made in the USA of steel and aluminum, the Scores It comes standard with dual drink and cell phone holders, as well as the all-important bottle opener. Select from 10 different colors. Order your Scores It online today at scoresit.com.
What's the wildest entertainment spectacle for kids of all ages? Monster trucks, of course. Monster trucks! You down to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Outlaw Monster Truck Show. Eve of destruction. Roaring, bouncing, slamming, car-crushing fun that'll bring out the kid in everyone. Don't miss it. It all happens October 23rd, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Weir, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Maria up there is just is a great person to talk to. They're always real easy. You need something to get it right out, and my program wouldn't be nearly where it's at without support like FK Rod Ends.
Everything on our car is, the best in the business, and they're on there for a reason. And we just have such, good relationships with Maria and them there, and their products, the best in the business, and that's why we run them.
Since 1999, Pergola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our real street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at pergolaperformancesystems.com. Pergola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Hi, I'm Chris Davis. My wife Jan and I are co-owners of Midwest Sheet Metal here in Springfield, Missouri. We acquired the company from my father-in-law about 25 years ago. We're a 75-year-old company. We do just custom fabrication of stainless, aluminum, and carbon steel. And we do quite a bit with national and local racers across the country. The unique thing about us is somebody comes to us with an idea that if they want fabricated, we can make this happen. We can fabricate anything, any one-off thing that you might want. I've gained the trust with the racers over the years that they know that I will fabricate it for them and nobody knows about it. Most all the products that we advertise, we keep in stock. I mean, I'm tired of this. We can order it for you. The main stuff that we advertise is in stock, ready to ship. We can usually ship anything in 1 to 2 days. That's a big deal with the racers, but we have it in stock, ready to ship.
We've been teamed up with FK Rod Ends for 8 years now. We're on their Teflon line rod ends, and just can't say enough about their product. The strength and reliability is second to none. They're maintenance free. They're the strongest product out there. We've never had a failure with their product on their car. Maria and everybody at FK is great to work with, and they always take great care of us. Customer support's through the roof, and we just can't thank them enough for all their support for not just me, but all the racers and all the events they sponsor all over the country.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Before summer ends, get to the loudest beach party of them all. The 11th Annual Drag Boat Nationals, combined with the 2nd Annual Lucas Oil NLRA Ron Jenkins Memorial. It's the ultimate surf and turf combo event for race fans of all ages. It all happens September 3rd through the 5th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Hi everybody, Marshall Fagers here in the QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First up top here we have the first 2 1/4 inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open competition dirt super late model. These will hold up to 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. It helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here, we have the 3.2 inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at QA1.net or find us on Facebook.
The USMTS Souvenir Trailer is your one-stop shop for all your USMTS souvenir needs. From jackets to hoodies to t-shirts to can koozies and so much more, the USMTS Souvenir Trailer has it all. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer can be found online at shopusmts.com. See a wide variety of merchandise and accessories to help you get prepared for race day. Ordering is very simple and will even ship right to your doorstep. Visit the USMTS Souvenir Trailer today and get ready for when the best of the USMTS visits your local racetrack.
American racing started on dirt tracks with tough men in both winged and non-winged sprint cars proving their bravery and skill with every lap. That kind of racing still exists, and you can see it at the 11th Annual ASCS War Jesse Hawk and Daniel McMillan Memorial. Grassroots racing at its finest. It all happens September 16th through the 18th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Weir's machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com. Proudly made in the USA, champions across the country choose Weir's machine and Ultra Force to take them to victory lane. Shop now at weirsmachine.com and ultraforcetech.com.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour. I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Harvest time means it's time to bring out the tractors.
But not just any tractors.
We're bringing out the wildest, fire-breathing 10,000 horsepower tractors on steroids. It's the Lucas Oil Pro Pulling National. This is loud, proud American family fun at its finest. It all happens September 24th and 25th, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. I'm here today with Sergeant Nikki Woodrow and Officer Paul Cruz from the Wichita Police Department. Mel Ham Ford has partnered with Barron Concrete, the Wichita Police Foundation, to give away this fully restored 1976 Ford truck. All the proceeds go to the Wichita Police Foundation to support all of our officers in the Wichita community. Buy a chance for 20 or 6 for 100. Mel Hamilton Ford, Barron Concrete, Wichita Police Foundation, we all support the men and women in blue. Will you?
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear? See, there's opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
At Mel Hamilton Ford, taking care of customers is our #1 priority. If you're shopping for a reliable used car, you can count on us to make the process easy. At Mel Hamilton Ford, every used car is inspected by a certified technician because we care. We have a large used selection of over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs. Every make and model, not just Fords. Shop us today at 119th and West Kellogg or check us out online at mhford.com.
Mel Hamilton Ford makes buying a car so easy, even a caveman can do it.
Experience the difference.
Since 1997, Weir's Machine has been innovating the finest products in the racing industry. We also manufacture the Ultra Force load machines and develop the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Proudly made in the USA, champions across the country choose Weir's Machine and Ultra Force to take them to victory lane. Shop now at weirsmachine.com and ultraforcetech.com. Scores It, the ultimate scorekeeper for every backyard game. Proudly made in the USA of steel and aluminum, the Scores It comes standard with dual drink and cell phone holders, as well as the all-important bottle opener. Select from 10 different colors. Order your Scores It online today at scoresit.com.
What's the wildest entertainment spectacle for kids of all ages? Monster trucks, of course. Monster trucks! Get down to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Outlaw Monster Truck Show. Eve of destruction. Roaring, bouncing, slamming, car-crushing fun that'll bring out the kid in everyone. Don't miss it. It all happens October 23rd, and it's only at Lucas Oil Speedway in Weir, Missouri.
For tickets and info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Maria up there is just is a great person to talk to. They're always really easy. You need something to get it right out, and my program wouldn't be nearly where it's at without support like FK Rod Ends.
Everything on our car is, the best in the business, and they're on there for a reason. And we just have such, good relationships with Maria and them there, and their products, the best in the business, and that's why we run them.
Since 1999, Pergola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our real street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at pergolaperformancesystems.com. Pergola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
As General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Hi, I'm Chris Davis. My wife Jan and I are co-owners of Midwest Sheet Metal here in Springfield, Missouri. We acquired the company from my father-in-law about 25 years ago. We're a 75-year-old company. We do just custom fabrication of stainless, aluminum, and carbon steel. And we do quite a bit with the national and local racers across the country. The unique thing about us is somebody comes to us with an idea that if they want fabricated, we can make this happen. We can fabricate anything, any one-off thing that you might want. I've gained the trust with the racers over the years that they know that I will fabricate it for them and nobody knows about it. Most all the products that we advertise, we keep in stock. I mean, I'm tired of this. We can order it for you. The main stuff that we advertise is in stock, ready to ship. We can usually ship anything in 1 to 2 days. That's a big deal with the racers, but we have it in stock, ready to ship.
Good afternoon, folks, here on RacingDirt.com, along with Race on Texas. All of our monthly subscribers here on Race Pass. On behalf of Trenton Berry, Austin Kruger, Michael Jackson, and everybody along with the Race and Dirt family, we welcome you here to the land of the 3-wide Ark-La-Tex Speedway here in Vivian, Louisiana for our 4th event of 2021. Tonight to the Ark Series Modifieds. 33 of the best Mid-South modified races tonight as we get ready to go here with limited modified race number 1. Excuse me, folks, while I make my way back up here. So once more, the limited modifieds getting ready to rock and roll here tonight at Gene Borders Ark-La-Tex Speedway here in Vivian, Louisiana. This racetrack has been open since 2003. I was trying to find my phone. I don't know where I put it. My apologies, folks. Appreciate your patience in advance. As you don't open up a broadcast looking for my cell phone, but I don't know where it went. And I was going to utilize that to locate the lineups via my race pass. But the good news is I've caught a few races over here over the past several years, so I might be able to wing it. Alrighty, folks. You ever had that kind of situation where you're just wondering, man, that thing grew legs and run away? Anyway, who cares? We're about to wing this one on the pole out of Hooks, Texas, driving the number 24D. Out of Hooks, Texas, it's Dustin Dump Taylor. Scored a second a couple of Friday nights ago at Texarkana 67. He gets better and better every time he sits behind the wheel to the outside. It's going to be the 16-year-old racer out of Ball, Louisiana, driving the Monfoose Motorsports Grant Shelton Worldwide Tire number K9 Western Flyer chassis. It's C.J. Howell. We're underway and under the gun as they hustle down the boulevard into one here at Gene Borders Ark-La-Tex Speedway, the land of the three wide. We roll them off into 1 and 2, full throat, heading down the back straight. We're nearly going to try to go 3 wide. Howell has problems. Howell, much out of the binders. There's their 3 wide back here for 4th. Off of turn number 4. Here comes Tim Strickland. Where did he come from? The Mod Texas racer Tim Strickland has himself a hot rod early in this one. He'll roll down to the inside of the Hooks, Texas, and here comes the Northwest Louisiana racer Josh Bockham, firing and living up to his moniker. Here comes the Bullet from Benton, Louisiana. The Benton Bullet rolling around the top shelf of the speedway right now as he hustles down Main Street into 1. Bockham in that easy one power dominator chassis number 25 going to throw his hat into the ring. Oh, look out, Josh, and he gets clobbered by the Bossier City racer Kyle Ingalls. Ingalls will keep it rolling. He looked a little limp there for a moment, and that is tough luck there for the number 25 of Bockham as well as the 81 of Ingalls. As right now, Strickland having his best performance of the season. Strickland out of Mod Texas in car number 213 rolls with the race lead this time. Here comes Rollo. Ronald Pookington from Marshall, Texas, driving that Rollo's Moving Auto number 22, Rick's Performance Powered IRP. Chris Hennigan won $5,000 in this exact hot rod last year at 67 as Stephen Hogan gets relegated. Hello and goodbye. As up the third now goes the Marshall, Texas racer. Pookington will set his sights and his crosshairs will be dialed up no longer. Into 1. Firing on all 8 tonight is the number 22 car. The Double Deuce is digging. Down the back straight of it all the while out front. He is marching to the beat of his own drum. And off of turn number 4, he'll continue to carry that tune down Main Street into 1. What a song that he has sung to this juncture for Tim Strickland. in a Cinderella heat race performance. In your most recent situation of where the hell did he come from? Off of turn number 4, he'll take the white flag this time. In a 1 for the final time, exiting corner number 2. An outstanding performance for the number 22 of Pilkington. But no one will have nothing, not Nathan. For the car 213 from Mott, Texas, Tim Strickland, your winner. Dominates heat race number 1 in commanding fashion. And second, we'll go to the Rollos, leaving auto number 22 out of Marshall. Again, it's Ronald Pilkington. Third goes to Stephen Hogan out of Jefferson, Texas in 18. And Howell rebounds after that tough break on the first circuit. So once again, 16-year-old racer CJ Howell starts outside pole, has a little bit of tough luck there, and looked like he may have lost power just momentarily off the exit too. Not sure if the carburetor or whatever stumbled there, but he was able to get that thing righted back in the right direction. And the K9 car driving for Mafus Motorsports. We've seen a lot of great drivers drive for him over the years, Shane Hebert, Cade Dillard, and such. And the recent filler of that seat as the pilots, the 16-year-old CJ Howell, who is one of our standout factory stock drivers here in the Ark-La-Tex region, went toe-to-toe top Justin Whitehead at the Revolution Park several months ago. CJ Howell tonight, the hired gun for Joe Mafus in that K9 car. Again, Stephen Hogan grabs the third spot. Ronald Pilkington marched all the way to second. Not sure exactly where he started. And taking the win again, the 213 Cinderella heat race run there. He's been needed some good luck on his behalf. Tim Strickland takes heat race number 1. So the RKT operating Whataburger-sponsored IRP chassis number 20 of Brent Tidwell from Harleton, Texas. The reigning Boot Hill Speedway Limited Modified Track Champion in car number 20 jumps out front to the race lead. And here comes the 8-time Cajun Classic winner, Contact at the tail. Hard to tell from my vantage point who that driver was, as we got one around. That's Landon Malden in the IRP chassis number 42. Taking it around there in 3 and 4. No harm, no foul. The green stays on. So they hustle down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Here comes 15-year-old Baron Prince hustling around on the inside. Slight job across the nose of the 61 for the race lead. This is another youngster, folks. And that A-Mark Metals Ark-La-Tex Shop Builders IRP chassis number 9R. Houghton, Louisiana racer Baron Prince. Again, age ain't nothing but a number, baby. 15 years old, and he oftentimes looks like a vet out here. Not sure if he'll be doing double duty and be driving the Samson Motorsports Crate Late model tonight, but this is a youngster you want to keep your eyes on, as here comes Whitehead for the race lead. Whitehead with a run. Whitehead, the hired gun tonight of Andrew Rossum's number 92 car. Into 3. This is one of Whitehead's old chassis. As down the front straightaway, he rolls into 1 with his crosshairs down to the back spoiler of that RKT operating Whataburger sponsored number 20. Down the back straightaway, Harleton, a breakout driver of the year last season, as he scored 3 victories at the Boot Hill Speedway, had 1 here at Ark-La-Tex, and then took some time off, had a son born about midway through the 2020 season. But I'll tell you what, Tidwell has been nothing less than stellar. And I must correct myself, he was the 2019 Boot Hill track champ, as did not race much last year due to his wife giving the birth to their baby boy there. So they hustle into 1. Here comes Whitehead. Whitehead, the 8-time Cajun Classic winner. The 5,000 in prestigious Crown Jewel factory stock race here, and he's got to roll down to the inside of the Harleton, Texas racer. It's Hooks, Texas, and Harleton, Texas, and Whitehead going to lead his first lap at the line. Whitehead hustling around the hub. Lap traffic, look out, Landon Malden. Malden has no idea they're coming quick, fast, and in a hurry. They roll down the back straightaway, full throat into turn number 3. Crossing lines, Tidwell around the hub. Drag racing off a foot of the line. Justin Whitehead's going to win it by half of a car length. Oh, baby. What more do you want, race fans? If you don't like that, then you don't like dirt track racing. Limited Modifieds putting on a stellar display in heat race number 2 tonight. 15-year-old racer, the A-Mark Metals Ark-La-Tex Shop Builders number 9R of Baron Prince from Houghton, Louisiana, as he takes 3rd. He finished 2nd at our most recent event here. He drove from 12th to 2nd in the main event there. As what a display that was, folks. Coming home 2nd in this one, the RKT operating Whataburger sponsored number 20. He's in an IRP racing chassis built by Jason Ingalls. It's the number 20 out of Harleton, Texas, 27-year-old racer Brent Tidwell. And taking the victory, he is no stranger to victory lane here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway over the years, driving the Number 92 car is the hired gun for Andrew Rossum tonight. That car fielded out of New Boston, Texas, driven by the Hooked Texas racer Justin Whitehead, the 8-time Cajun Classic winner. He's also the 2-time $10,000 King of the Hill winner, the king of the factory stocks around here. And we don't really throw that crown out there lightly, folks. He has truly dominated the division in one of the most competitive classes, I'd say, anywhere as far as stock car racing is concerned. I still have not located my mobile device. I do not know where it went. I need to locate it. It wouldn't be a bad deal, because I cannot see over here to tell you who's on the pole. I'll be able to tell you probably when he gets to me. Is that Carson Bradley? I can tell it's JoJo Wilhelm on the outside front row here as we hustle off of 4 down Main Street. '23 is going to be John Good Jr. up top of the on top shelf of the racetrack, a shot in the short area of the race leader. The former 29th overall pick by the Houston Astros back in the 2003. 4 wide at the tail. There's still 4 wide. What's going to give? A little bit of slight kiss of contact. Oh my goodness, it's getting ugly, folks. Durham nearly gets by unscathed, but 3 cars receiving contact here, and it is getting wild out here. Goodness gracious. John Good Jr. beating around like a ping pong ball there. And Good has damage and pushed the race car there in 3 and 4 and tries to get that baby iron back out. He throws it on the board down there in the 1. So JoJo Wilhelm going to jump out front the other race lead as the beneficiary of all that rubbing there in 3 and 4 when they were 4 wide a couple laps ago. The True Love Law Firm Marshall Lubinato, one call staffing 5-star builders number 69, the Marshall Missile Derek Grigsby. Again, he can throw a hell of a slider on a pitcher's mound. Might be able to throw an even better one on the dirt track. As he'll sling his arms down into 1. Sawing on the wheel of that number 69 car. Duly noted, 4 tires and a steering wheel if it's to be had on a race car. The 69 car, or the 69 driver out of Marshall can get the job done any given Saturday or Friday night. As the Grigsby Racing JCT Auto Sales number 69 is hustling, but he watches up there as he has his crosshairs dialed up on Wilhelm. But Wilhelm too smooth out front in 47X to this juncture. It'll be 2 laps to go this time of this 8-lap affair as they hustle down Main Street into turn number 1. Grigsby, he's chipping away at it. Not by yards and feet, but he's certainly chipping away at the inches right now. Tick-tock, the race clock will go. It will be the white flag being displayed this time for the AMS Racing-powered number 47X and IRP Racing chassis built by Jason Ingalls. And the Whataburger RKT operating number 47. He is your teammate to the previous second-place driver from heat race number 2 and Brent Tidwell. This time, Kilgore, Texas racer in the 47X, JoJo Wilhelm takes the win in heat race number 3. That ain't no slow JoJo tonight, baby. JoJo takes the dub in 47X. So 8-time track champion over at 67 Texarkana Speedway over the last 10 years. And that Texarkana Mercy Center, Texarkana Medical Associates number 35. That'll be Rapid Roy. Aaron Roy from Red Lick in car number 35. He finishes 3rd in this one. As storming from the back here in heat race number 3, the driver of the 1-call staffing 5-star builders, Marshall Lubinato, JCT Auto Sales number 69, the Marshall Missile, Derek Grigsby out of Marshall, Texas, comes home 2nd. And taking the win again, driving the Whataburger sponsor, RKT operating IRP Racing chassis, AMS by Kittler, powered number 20. It'll be Brent Tidwell. It's JoJo Wilhelm, my mistake, out of Kilgore, Texas, your heat race number 3 victor in 47X. I know I didn't get got from my phone. Thank you for your patience, folks. Y'all bear with me for a second. Again, I could probably call the majority of these guys and wing it, but you just never know when somebody's climbing behind the wheel of someone else's car. Had I not seen Justin Whitehead's Facebook post earlier, I would not have known that he was driving Andrew Rossum's car tonight. But given that I had seen that, well, I had no problem relaying that to you. But I'm sure that I got wrong somebody out there that probably is a hired gun tonight in some fashion. So thank y'all for being patient with me in that regard. I really, not really one to lose my cell phone. I tell you what. All right, folks, we're going to get ready to go factory stock racing here in just a matter of moments here, as this is the home racetrack for the original factory stock Crown Jewel event. The Cajun Classic you heard me mention a little bit earlier is Justin Whitehead, the winner of your second limited heat tonight. He's won that event an unprecedented 8 times in his career, which is just really unbelievable to think about. We've held 16 of them. He's won 8 of them, folks. It has always been a prestigious Crown Jewel race. Pays $5,000 win for these factory stock cars, as this is certainly, I'd say, the bread and butter around Ark-La-Tex area racing. You'll get some of the best in the business in these cars. Of course, I'm sure many of you guys watching in the Midwest tonight are familiar with Chris Hennigan's name. He won the 15th. We do have a $15,000 win, speaking of, next weekend, actually, at the Super B Speedway. We'll see what the buzz is all about over there in Chatham, Louisiana next weekend. But $15,000 win, and Chris Hennigan is the reigning winner of that event. As Chris Hennigan, the hired gun for Tommy Mercer in these big Crown Jewel races. As I'm not sure if he'll be here getting prepared tonight. Austin Turner off of turn number 4, going to lead us down the boulevard. And Colton Furr in the 77 Star Car into Gladewater, Texas. And we're underway into 1. The number 50 of Low Rebel Shelby Ward Franks off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3 with the race lead. It's Gladewater, Texas racer Colton Furr. Off of 4. Furr trying to get his 2021 campaign headed in the right direction as the one to keep your eyes on. I'd say car number 12 here, who's going to hustle and go 3 wide there in that third row. Way on the top shelf where Grandpa keeps the good bourbon. Here comes Bo Perry. Could not find the lane. As a number 4, the 2011 Cajun Classic winner. 3 wide there, contact made. That number 54 Outlaw chassis, the white and black entry there, Clint Shirtliff out of Falk, Arkansas. And doing a little dirty dance in there with the 4, Doug Vick Jr. as well as the 12 of Perry. Perry may have damage on that number 12 car. That laser chassis house car. The laser chassis is built by his father, Glenn Perry. As off of turn number 4, it's all 77 all the time of Colton Furr. Furr having a nice performance here as this gaggle of cars back here for 4th on back. You can throw your grandma's knitted quilt over them. 3 wide down the back straightaway at the midpoint. The 4, Doug Vick Jr. prevails over that battle for the time being. He'll slide up the racetrack and try to take sole command now. As Perry has a run down to his inside as they hustle down into turn number 1. Up the 5th, it's Perry in 12. Doug Vick Jr. hangs tough, the reigning Pro Mod winner at our most recent event here. Doug Vick Jr., one of the winningest drivers here, I'd say all time of this speedway. As off of 4, Perry has relegated him back into the 6th spot. As Shelby Ward Franks having a hell of a run here tonight. She's had some good performances at 67 in Mandeville, Arkansas this season. Again, all assuming that all of these drivers are who I'm thinking they are. As the 51D car failed to mention him, that's Daniel Lampere out of Eagletown, Oklahoma. He's in the 4th spot right now. That fluorescent letter number 51. White flag is out once more for the Gladewater Texan, Colton Furr in 77 Star. As he'll exit turn number 2 for the final time and look into turn number 3. And he'll look the rope comfortably here to a face full of checkered flag. And it'll be no problem for him. Colton Furr dominates heat race number 1 for the factory stocks at Ark-La-Tex tonight. Shelby Ward Franks with a valiant effort. Shirtliff rebounds after early race contact to finish 3rd. I believe Perry got 4th, but I wouldn't swear to it. I believe Perry was able to snag that spot over Doug Vick Jr. in that red, white, and blue number 4V machine as they were waging war back there from 2nd on back. It was anybody's guess who was going to get it, as it appeared that Colton Furr had that one all but sewed up in the bag. So Frank the Tank, Frank Canizero going to be on the pole of heat race number 2 tonight for the factory stocks. And on the outside front row, feature winner at the most recent event held here at Ark-La-Tex. Finished 3rd in this year's 10,000 win King of the Hill, held at the Boot Hill Speedway last month. The 55N John Harvey Toyota Joe Best Motorsports Twin City Towing number 55M out of Bossier City. It's Cody Myers in 55M. I believe that's Alex Williams riding inside on row number 2 in car number 6. The number 27 out of Greenwood, Louisiana, Josh Greenwald. Greenwald in that laser chassis, Hitman Designs, Performance Automotive Transmission Center number 27. Hustling down into turns 1 and 2 on the start. The 3 is George Barris, Justin Whitehead, 1 heat race number 2 in the limiteds. We'll see if he can take heat race number 2 in the factory stocks from the tail. We'll see if he can put on his typical driving clinic here. And folks, I'm not boasting on it. He just happens to do that more often times than not. We'll see if he's done it. He's already picked the pocket of 4 of them. Down the back straightaway, the best battle right now for the 4 spot is drivers 1, 2, and 3. Whitehead drives it off in there with a head of steam. Off of turn number 4, Cody Myers, your race leader in 55M. Again, the higher gun for Joe Best in that Twin City Towing, Kiss Country 93.7 FM, 1130 AM, the Tiger Highway 98.9 Rock, Town Square Media, Subaru sponsored Lexus number 55M. Myers trying to check out on him. As Whitehead trying to get by the number 5 of Frank the Tank, Frank Canizero. And that Salon. Down the back straightaway, Whitehead will pick his pocket now. He'll set 4th into turns 3 and 4, and he'll show some respect just like he has eyeballs in the back of his head there. Leaves room to the taking on the outside for Greenwald. Just about drove it all the way in there on the edge of disaster. Whitehead now with much stick around the hub of the racetrack. He may run out of TIME. At our most recent event here at Ark-La-Tex, 55M got the better of he and Neil Kent. Whitehead came home 3rd in the main event. In the previous event prior to that, Whitehead started 16th and came home 2nd to Bubba Jones. So still trying to get his first factory stock dub of the season is 36J. As he certainly may have the best race car on the racetrack right now, passing the eyeball test. But Myers has gotten away out front all by his lonesome, but Whitehead tracking him down. Will he run out of time? May run out of TIME, but that 36J is on a RAIL, folks. I'm sure you can spell, but that's that Louisiana education for you. Just had to remind you. The white flag is out for Myers. As out-of-towners would say from time to time, Bossier City. No, Bossier. It's like, don't overthink it. It's just straight up Bossier City as the Bossier City bad boy Cody Myers takes heat race number 2 for the factory stocks. Lordy have mercy. We're losing tail pieces and noses there at the checkers. As that'll be all she wrote here for heat race number 2 is taking the victory. The driver of the John Harvey Toyota Twin City Towing Best Motorsports Outlaw Chassis number 55M, again out of Bossier City, Louisiana. Cody Myers driving car number 55M, trying to get his 3rd dub here of the season. Also got a couple dubs at the Boot Hill Speedway. It's been a good year for Myers, your most recent winner here at the racetrack. Justin Whitehead stormed there from the tail and drove all the way up to 2nd, and maybe if he had a couple of more, he could have had something, but we'll get to see what he's got in the main event tonight. Should be a good one with what we've got so far, starting with those first couple of rows. All these wins, always earned, never given, any class or any given night. This factory stock class is very, very competitive. So Chris Shaw in the Canet Solutions number C1 going to be your pole sitter in heat race number 3 for the factory stocks. Chris Shaw in car number C1 back in the saddle again. Spent a lot of time out of town working, but Shaw back in the saddle in the number C1 machine. So Dustin Gates as well, the ASCS Sprint Car Hot Shoe starting outside of 2. That's David Edwards outside of 1. So David Edwards in the number D3 at Natchitoches, Louisiana, former feature winner here. We're underway and under the gun as they'll hustle down into turn number 1. 2 by, oh boy, Gates gets by unscathed. Had some hardship last weekend at Super B Speedway in Chatham, Louisiana. Rolling down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Here comes Chris Shaw. He shows some respect, and Gates is going to lose the handle. That thing ain't got as much stick as them big old right rear Hoosiers on a sprint car. He's used to that 360 cubic inch power to steer him around there. Gates had a little bit of hardship at Chatham last weekend as well, trying to get that thing ironed out. I'm not sure Gates has ever spent any time in a factory stock. However, he did race a 1,000-to-win four-cylinder race at Lone Star Speedway a couple years back and come home in the second spot. You just got to figure out these slick tires on these factory stocks. It's a whole different ball game. As Cortland Smith in the Henry's Auto Salvage Modern Security sponsored Big T Motorsports number 7S. Smith out of Alexandria, Louisiana, that Bennington Air entry tonight is rolled up to third, showing a little smoke there on his entry to number 1. Hopefully it's nothing significant. Got Daugherty riding along in passenger tonight. We just lost his father last year to COVID. Unfortunately, Daugherty Smith was very well respected and a dear friend of mine and to many as his son Cortland Smith. Anytime he straps in, he's definitely paying respect and racing in his dad's memory. That's just what they did together. They were the best of friends. And Smith trying to get his season back where he'd like to have it. He's been traveling up and down the roads helping out Morgan Bagley and was at the Topless 100 last week, but tonight he's back in the saddle again as Shaw takes a dive down there off of turn number 4, opens up the door for Smith to get a run on the top shelf. The car's smoking just a little bit. Speaking of Smith, we'll keep our eyes on it. As into turn number 3, he's got a log jam behind him off of 4. It's all D3 of David Edwards all the time as Shaw down the front straightaway into 1, putting pressure back on Smith for second. A good race from second on back. Just as the previous 2 factory stock heat races, the leader has gotten away out front while the rest of the field does battle. Off of 4 to the white flag from Gary Lipscomb. Shaw has second over Smith, and Kelly Knighton's up to 4th in 39Z. Here comes Dalton Dubois now, the Robeline, Louisiana racer. As in the turn number 3 for the final time, Knighton gonna get squeezed by Shaw. Leaves enough room for the takedown on the outside edge. Shaw drives up the racetrack. Boy, that got hairier than Carey. As Cortland Smith will prevail and grab the second spot in a great race from second on back. As again, getting away out front all by his lonesome, the driver to the number D3 Alan Crawfish entry. It's David Edwards at Natchitoches, Louisiana. Longtime racer down at the Sabine Motor Speedway in Manny, Louisiana. He takes heat race number 3 factory stock dub. As Cortland Smith, again out of Alexandria, Louisiana, in the Modern Security Big Team Motorsports Henry's Motorsports Bennings Hitting and Air number 7S. Cortland Smith takes the second spot. Boy, I hadn't seen much modified racing this year. Well, we'll see how good my memory is. Is that from Hattiesburg, Stevens? Michael Walker on the pole in car number 34 here from McAllen. Going to take to the green flag here. Kenny Gaddis. So it looks like big man Emmanuel Williams on the outside pro in that pro-in transmission number 24. The Fout Arkansas racers down the back straightaway racing Jason Ingalls, a feature winner over at the TMS dirt track this year. As we hustle off of turn number 4 down Main Street into 1. The 6 is Donnie I Have Powers on the Genuine RV Sophie King sponsor number 6. As they hustle off the exit of corner number 2, Jake Huckabee in car number 18 heading down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Screaming up there on the top ropes, digging. I got to get a roster so I can see. Wow. On the top ropes goes to 5. 3 wide at the midpoint of the back straightaway, splitting. Huckabee, the second generation racer off of turn number 4. Around the hub is also a second generation racer, the son of Dale. It's Randall Settle. And the Settle Racing number 79. And here comes Gaddis storming around the hub of the racetrack like a big dog. And Ingalls all the while trying to get a run to the back of the number 34 of Michael Walker off of 4. Emmanuel Williams with the race lead into 1 and 2. Heading off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway, door to door for second. Michael Walker and racing Jason going to go at it here tonight at Ark-La-Tex. in your first American Racer Modified Series heat of the night here at the land of the 3 wide. Off of 4, down the boulevard into 1. Michael Walker holding steady. The former John Harvey Toyota Ark-La-Tex Championship winner Jason Ingles hugging the hub and hugging it well. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3, Ingles sets his sights and will continue to stay around that hub and stay consistent. Walker bobbles, and Ingles will go about a second. We'll see how that outside line works to the advantage of Walker as he storms down the front straightaway with much momentum. Uses that outside line, and Ingles slides up the racetrack, leaves enough room for the taking. Speaking for Walker, down the back straightaway to turn number 3. It's heating up for second off of turn number 4. The white flag is out. Who's it going to be? As once more the leader's gotten away out front. If there is clean air, well, they've used it to their advantage. The race leader bobbles. Oh boy, he's all kind of out of sorts, and they'll make up much slack on him. Into 3 and 4 for the final time. Williams trying to hold on for it. Ingles has a run. Off of turn number 4. Walker going to get Ingles back for second as Williams prevails and takes the dub in car number 24. Oh, he flipped over there in turn 3. I didn't get a good look at it, but it looks like he may have rolled. So again, driver out of Northeast Louisiana of David Beach. David Beach rolled it over there in 3 and 4. Pretty nasty tumble there for him, but the driver is okay, folks. So my apologies, I was a little late getting that information to you, but hey, it did locate the phone. As if anyone cares. Here we go, though. Heat race number 2 is Mason Williams was your victor in heat race number 1. So from one Williams to the next, it will be Little Man Manuel Williams II out of Falk, Arkansas to set the pace here off of turn number 4 with Kill Westover from Altus, Oklahoma in car number 15. Let's see what Westover has. He usually leaves no leftovers on the racetrack, and Westover going to cross down underneath the Arkansas Hot Shoe Williams for the race lead. Here comes Westover rolling the hub and rolling it well. Off of 4. Rolling down the front straightaway with much speed into 1. Get the momentum wound up, and here comes that number 56 of Brock Bowen. Bowen off of turn number 2, heading down the back straightaway with his crosshairs down. He's got the number 16, two-time USMTS modified winner here. Winnigan, Chris Hennigan from Marshall. Chris Hennigan trying to get that thing rolling, boy. He loves to be back racing a modified here at his home racetrack. Winnigan Hennigan, who lives up to that moniker more oftentimes than not. He rolls in the 4th spot right now, has a comfortable command over the 5th place driver. Off of turn number 4, that's Cannon in the 719. Off of turn number 4, down the front stretch. Cannon in the 718 had an outstanding effort at the Revolution Park a couple of months back with the ARM Series. As Jack Sarton out of Terrell, Texas in car number 47, a USMTS winner this season at RPM, rolling back there near the tail. Down the front stretch into 1. Could Mason Williams be the winner of heat race number 1? Can Manuel hold him off in heat race number 2 as Westover still rides in 2nd? Giving it everything it's got on the top ropes of the racetrack. Everybody follows in tow. Off of 4, 56 of Bowen still riding in the 3rd spot. Down the front stretch. And that Performance Graphics number 56. Bowen once a former hired gun for Stephen Whitaker Jr. down in Corpus Christi, Texas, in his limited modified car. As they head down the front stretch into number 1, this kid has much talent on display tonight, holding off the many-time winner here, one of the winningest drivers all time here at Ark-La-Tex in the form of Winnigan, Chris Hennigan. Hennigan with his sights set down the back straightaway, but Bowen getting away as the white flag will wave this time off of turn number 4. Westover has something, but will it be enough? Final time, it'll be a last-ditch prayer Mary in the turn number 3 as Williams smooth as silk through 3 and 4. And off of 4 to a face full of checkered flag. Mason Williams wins heat race number 1. Manuel Williams wins heat race number 2. So on the pole of heat race number 3, that's going to be Dylan Glass in the 27H to the outside, James McCurry in 13J. Kyle Beard. This is not that heat. All right, so I do know it's TJ Tollison in car number 38T. That's Kyle Taylor in the 75. K-Daddy in that IRP Racing chassis number 75. Max Eddie Thomas out of Quinlan, Texas in car number 82. Former track champion of the Lone Star Speedway, Max Eddie. Many wins also. The Devil's Bowl Speedway, he gets in a little hot, gets into Gaddis. And around he goes, and the first caution of heat race action will be displayed tonight here in heat race number 3 for the ARM Series Modifieds. So Max Eddie got in just a little bit too hot And the Quinlan Texan racer goes around like a top after making contact there with Gaddis into turn number 3. Good news for Kenny G was Kenny G was able to keep his band of instruments rolling just fine there and was able to continue on, and it doesn't appear from this vantage point he had any significant damage on the left side of that Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited panel truss number 2 MB Custom, as Gaddis, a feature winner here at Ark-La-Tex multiple times in his career. Of course, modifieds do not race here anymore on a week-to-week basis. But Gaddis no stranger to victory lane. He's got one at the Rev as well. We'll head tomorrow night as TJ Tollison will head up down the straightaway into 1. Good to see Tollison in some good equipment these days. The Bivens Texas racer in the 38 car rolls at the race lead down the back straightaway, and a nice shiny number 38 T car off of turn 4 with the race lead. But for how long? Because here comes Gaddis. Kenny G rolls down the straightaway into 1, going to use that top rope momentum. Here comes Gaddis. Age ain't nothing but a number, baby. The veteran elder statesman down the back straightaway going to try to cross over the Bivens Texan. He'll think better of it. Thinks better of it, and look at Max Eddy on the top ropes. Diamonds off the exit of 4 to the inside of K-Daddy. Max Eddy is storming back to the front with his head on fire. Digging tonight is Max Eddy. Down the back straightaway, it's heating up as, oh boy, and just giving up the ghost of the midpoint of the back straightaway with a 75 of K-Daddy. Kyle Taylor just lost the motor. Loses the motor, may have dropped fluid down to the back straightaway. We'll see what happens as Kenny Gaddis is taking over the race lead. All the while, here comes Tristan Dykes. Wait. Yeah, Tristan Dykes, who started shotgun on him. Here comes Tristan. Tristan Dykes won his first ever USMTS modified race at the Southern Oklahoma Speedway several years ago. Always been considered one of the top wheelmen in the open wheel modified ranks in the great state of Texas. Into 3. Gaddis will now go to the top ropes as Gaddis is around the hub of the racetrack. Couldn't go any lower than a mudcat in the Mississippi River now. Into turns 1 they head. A great performance tonight for TJ Tollison, who had just got sat down and taken a seat there in the 3 by Dykes as he rolls with much steam on the top ropes of the Ark-La-Tex Speedway here with the white flag waving in front of Kenny Gaddis' face this time. And that tailor-made number 14. Here comes Tristan Dykes with a last chance prayer down the back straightaway. He's got his crosshairs dialed up on 2G of Gaddis. He'll send it full throat into turn number 3 and 4. He's rolling on the top shelf, but he'll come up a little bit short as Kenny Gaddis takes heat race number 3 victory here at Vivian tonight. So all kinds of things, comers and goers, movers and shakers in this one. Great run there from Max Eddy to rebound to get the 4th position there as the Bivens Texan, who has really stepped up, and he showed up and showed out tonight. One of his best runs here at Ark-La-Tex in an open wheel modified for TJ Tollison in car number 38T. Great run there for TJ. From worst to second of the tailor-made sponsor number 14T out of Fort Worth, Texas. Tristan Dykes will snag second, and the driver to the Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited panel truss sponsored MB Custom number 2G out of Hallsville, Texas. Longtime veteran racer here, very well respected in the Ark-La-Tex. Kenny Gaddis, your winner in 2G. So I believe this will be your 4th and final out of 33 modifieds that have checked in tonight here. And 4-7 Designs, Salon and Boutique Heat Race number 4. And this USRA sanctioned ARM Series modified heat race action. 27H is going to be Dylan Glass. James McCary, pilot's car number 13J to the outside pole. The Silent Assassin, the 2-time Comp Cam Super Dirt Series late model regional champion, Kyle Beard out of Truman, Arkansas, in car number 86. Down the front stretch into 1 they'll head. Manuel Williams, Senior, big man, goes 3 wide to the outside for second. Yeah, baby, Beard around the hub of the racetrack. And Glass in the middle of that battle. Glass gets snookered. And from the in and outs, gets taken as a 3C rolling down the front stretch. That's going to be Colby Collins. Washes up the racetrack with a heavy push. There goes Collins, but he irons it back out, sets his sights as he holds on to 5th. Down the back straightaway in the turn number 3. For the race lead, here comes big man. Manuel Williams for the race lead, leaves enough room for the taking on the outside. McCurry in that Star One Roofing sponsor 13J, and a slider. No, baby, that ain't quite a slider, as McCurry didn't have the chance to check the throttle and drive underneath. That just was giving them the business, if you will. Giving him the business, and holy smokes, folks, we got one storming to the front. It's going to be Chris Huckabee in the number 2 machine as they're door-to-door for second. Huckabee trying to get rolling on that top shelf. Here he comes storming down the back straightaway in the turn number 3. Oh, boy, you got a good one here in heat race number 4 of the night for the Arm Series Modifieds. Here at the land of the 3-wide Ark-La-Tex Speedway in Vivian, Louisiana, where Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas all meet. It's heating up as here comes a silent assassin, Kyle Beard. Doesn't speak too many words outside of the race car, but behind the wheel, an absolute assassin, folks, where he earns the moniker, the silent assassin. Think Ben Shelton gave him that nickname. Down the front stretch in the 1. The assassin rolls. And he's got that right foot hammered down, pushing it through the firewall. Here comes Beard. Kyle Beard, a feature winner with comp cams a couple of months ago at the Boot Hill Speedway. In the turn number 1, he heads. He has got a rocket ship tonight. Off of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Will the Williams Racing Team put all 3 cars in heat race victory lane? Off of 4, they're door for the race lead with the white flag coming out this time by. That Pro 1 Charlie Williams, pending number 24. A big man, Manuel Williams Sr. holds on to it, but the silent assassin, Kyle Beard, gonna give him hell for the final time in the turns 3 and 4. Beard around the hub. Up top shelf goes Big Man. The checkers await, and at the line, Big Man Manuel Williams holds it off. So all Williams Racing Team cars get a heat race victory tonight, as they'll bat 1,000, 3 for 3 for that race team. It can't go much better to this juncture for those guys. What an absolute heat race affair that was, folks. If you don't like that, for you folks sitting at home at the couch, not sure if your wife or girlfriend is there making you some macaroni and cheese, get some chips and sauce, say, hey, baby, if you don't like what you just missed, then you don't like dirt track racing too much. Oh, that was pretty good. I'll tell you what. That was a good one. As Kyle Beard comes up 1 spot short. And I'll tell you what, he had that Gear Beard Trucking Rock Hard Powder Coating 45 Race Shop. Number 86 rolling like a big dog for sure, as Beard will come home second. As Manuel Williams Sr., we call him Big Man. Of course, Manuel Williams Jr., that's a little man. As a big man in car number 24 out of Falk, Arkansas, was able to hold off and get that victory using that top rope momentum to his advantage. And 4 quickly ran Arm Series USRA Modified heat races here tonight at the land of the 3-wide Ark-La-Tex Speedway. As we will move on here with just in a few moments to our Pro Mod heat race action tonight, I do believe. It appears that's what I see from this vantage point, as Gene Border may be the one behind the cockpit, or the cockpit, behind the wheel of that school bus there, school water truck, school bus truck. When guys come here for the first time, we always get a kick out of the equipment that we have here at Ark-La-Tex. Is that a grill on the back of that thing? Might be. Imagine it'd be fun to grill. You doing commercials? Oh. So just a brief break here, adding some moisture on the top shelf of the racetrack. Racetrack's really good right now. It's coming in on the bottom a little bit better. That top rope is certainly where a lot of these guys wanted to be here. As Gaddis did win his on the hub, though. As Dykes was screaming up top for sure in that third heat. So Manuel Williams, or Mason Williams, your winner of heat race number 1. Manuel Williams a second. Kenny Gaddis and Big Man Manuel Williams, your heat race victors tonight, and your Arm Series, American Racer Modified Series USRA heats tonight here at Ark-La-Tex. So heat race number 1 now for the Pro Mods. This is if you're not familiar with this class, another form of a modified class here. Gene Border originally started this class back in 2010 and was made to pull out a lot of those older modified 3-link cars, or just really any style of modified that may have been growing up and collecting dust, or gaining a few weeds around it behind the shop. A way to pull out those older cars and throw a cheaper, inexpensive tire on them. They run the asphalt pull-off F45 Hoosier pull-off tire that the factory stock class utilizes around the great state of Texas and the Ark-La-Tex in general. But this class, you can run any style or any any power plant underneath the hood, but the method to the madness is actually trying to get the power underneath the hood to get those rear tires to hook up on that slick tire. So it's been a tough deal for a lot of guys to get figured out, but the ones who have figured it out, they have frequented victory lane. And I'll tell you what, this class has really grown by leaps and bounds. You got a lot of tough customers that race in this division week in and week out now, and it's anybody's guess who's going to win on any given Saturday night. So on the pole tonight in car number 16, this is the worst service I've ever had at this racetrack. It's usually not that bad, but it is tough tonight. Looks like it's Jason Beasley in the number 16 machine. He's out of Oil City, Louisiana. He had an outstanding effort here last month. Came home second in the main event to Doug Vick Jr., who got around him with just a couple to go, as Beasley led 17 of the 20-lap affair that night. As Beasley, though, in the KTI bodies, number 16, will be your pole sitter tonight. The driver of the Kins hitting in air. Number 4 car, that's Sarepta, Louisiana. He's got many wins here over the years. Number 4 is Sarepta, Louisiana's Jeffrey Bechet in car number 4. He's in a Larry Shaw Racing chassis inside of row number 2. Hey, not all of them have older 3-link cars that dragged out of the weeds. So inside of 2, the number 20, that will be Michael Easley in the number 20 out of Stonewall, Louisiana. Keep your eyes on the car that starts dead last in this one. It's the Mad Hatter Chase Hatton, as you've also got Jeff Rice in that fluorescent number 2 Jay's Lawn Care car, as well as the number 43 Jay B.J. Cook, the Mad Hatter Chase Hatton, who won 20 times in this class 2 years ago, and this season he's already got 13 wins. He goes 3 wide here on that third row there. Off of 4, leading lap 1 goes to Bechet. That Trey Maxwell trucking Kins hitting in there, number 4, Jeffrey Bechet with the race lead. Off of 2, here comes Cook now. B.J. Cook in that white and blue letter, number 43, Jay, with a run down to the inside of that red number 20 of Michael Easley. And here comes the Mad Hatter. Mashing his foot through the firewall, Chase Hatton. He's had something figured out in this division for a couple of seasons now. He won here at our second to last event here. He and Trent Humphrey finished 1 and 2. But tonight, for the race lead, Beasley trying to give everything the number 4 Bechet's got for the top spot, but Bechet continues to lead into turn number 1. Jeffrey Bechet holds on to the race lead. Beasley with a big push that time. He'll lose a lot of momentum and open the door for the 43 B.J. Cook, who gets a little sidestep, got a little cattywampus off the exit, and slipped that back right rear tire off the embankment. Gathered it back in, heading down the front stretch. Top 3 cars as Beasley gets into the wall, bunches up your top 3. Beasley heads back down to the 1 and 2 once more with a big run on the inside for the race lead. Oh, and tough break for Bechet. Brakes right there on the top ropes of turn number 2, and will come to a screeching stop, and the caution will come out. So tough break for the number 4 of Sarepta, Louisiana's Jeffrey Bechet. As Bechet just came up limp there on the top ropes of turn number 2, and may have broke something on the front end. Could have broke a tie rod, something there. I'm not quite sure, as he is steering the front tires back and forth. But obviously didn't have full control of that hot rod, but it looks like he's going to try to continue on here without going to the pit area. Let me just see what he's got here. Yeah, that right front may have been, well, would say it's the toe, but maybe it's, I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm certainly not necessarily mechanically inclined. It's hard to speak on these cars from up here, but we'll keep our eyes on it. I hope he doesn't put that thing into the fence here. As now your race leader inheriting that top spot, the number 16 of Beasley, who prior to that caution was still giving the 4 car all he was worth. As we're back underway, I told you folks to keep your eyes on him before the green flag dropped. The number 2 started worse. He's up to 3rd now. Here comes Chase Hatton out of DeBerry, Texas. Hatton, a big hand and a big help to Jason Ingalls and an IRP stable over in Hallsville, Texas. He's been working and helping Jason at IRP race cars for several years now, as he now has 2nd, and he'll dial up his crosshairs now, and it is looking like a worse to first situation if Beasley doesn't get on that horse and start spanking it. Off of turn 4, Hatton is rolling tonight. Washing up off the exit, leaving that bottom side wide open for the taking. As the battle continues on back here for 3rd, Easley in the 43J of Cook, as Beasley just got disposed of at the line, leading the 7th lap. We'll see if he can lead the 8th and final one. That matters the most. Wow, you couldn't have slid the Holy Spirit right there, folks, between his right rear and the left front of Beasley. I don't know how he fit it. I don't know how he fit it, folks. You certainly couldn't have fit your mother's credit card in there. Would have snapped it dead in half and taken the win. Worst to first. What a valiant effort for the number. Goodness gracious. For DeBerry, Texas Racer. Uh-oh. And we got post-race fireworks down here. A little bit of a shot in the side skirt there. As how about that run for those here folks from worst to first. From DeBerry, Texas, the Mad Hatter, Chase Hatton, takes the win. From 8th to the win. Led the 7th lap, and he was able to hold off and lead the 8th and final one. I seriously did not think that Beasley was going to clear him down there, and I'm telling you, he just cleared him. And he may have just breathed on the nose of another car. It was close. But great effort there for Jason Beasley as well. And Pro Mod action, pretty exciting to open up tonight here in Vivian. So Britt Riddle on the pole of your second Pro Mod heat of the night with the 5-time track champ Doug Vick Jr. And the Vick's paint body number 4. Vick Jr. won the most recent Pro Mod feature event here at Ark-La-Tex a couple of weeks ago. As they head off of turn number 2, and around goes Riddle, your pole sitter there off the exit of 2. Stays in the gas, and we will stay clean and green, as my good friend Bill Kitchen used to say. Send him to promoter school. So that's just what we'll do, and we'll stay under the green flag, keep this baby rolling and strolling. So Vick Jr. jumping up front to the early race lead, as Trent Humphrey, who has had an outstanding season, and that Tilly's Mobile Homes, Johnny's Pizza AutoZone sponsored, or ABC Auto Parts sponsored, Johnny's Pizza House number 515, and we got one around, I believe it is Lindsay in turns 3 and 4, so we'll have to re-rack them and stack them here in heat race number 2. So Doug Vick Jr. going to be your race leader. I'm going to go back to the green flag here. We have 2 laps scored to this 8-lap affair. 6 laps will remain here, as it was, in fact, Glenn Lindsay out of Keithville, Louisiana, looping that race car there in 3 and 4. I wasn't able to see if he had assistance or not, but he nonetheless will go to the tail, as he was the lone car stopped on the speedway. So Doug Vick Jr., the 5-time factory stock track champion here in Vivian. I mentioned earlier the 2011 Cajun Cruiser Classic factory stock winner. Also won the Texas State Championship held at Timberlawn Speedway in both the Pro Mod and the factory stock in the same season back in 2017. Vick Jr., certainly no stranger to Victor Lane, long-time area racer. Only is 1 mile from this racetrack. As I mentioned a little bit ago, he did win the most recent Pro Mod main event here at the Speedway. As Vic said, he may have found something on the race car. He's been struggling a little bit this year. But one thing is to be certain is Vic is always considered a threat, and his presence is oftentimes more than not felt here at this racetrack. And he'll take back to the green flag. 1 mile from the house is Vic Jr., as he has the race lead right now. Just a hopscotch, skipping and jump from his doorstep. Into one, he'll head off with the race lead. Here comes that Johnny's Pizza number 515. Down the back straightaway, Humphrey. Into 3, rolling down to the inside as close as it gets. Door for the race lead, fitting that baby around the hub. Vic Jr. just left enough for a car length or a width of a race car down there, and he'll take advantage. Humphrey can't get back down to the bottom unscathed that time off of 2. Shows respect to his counterpart, Doug Vic Jr., and he'll try to race his way back to his back bumper. He's getting a little hot, boy, I tell you what. Not sure how I was looking for you folks sitting home on the couch, but that was close. He's got a good set of brakes on that hot rod for sure he got from ABC Auto Parts, one of the proud sponsors alongside of that Humphrey Racing number 515 car. Now he'll send it full throat at the top ropes of Ark-La-Tex in 3 and 4. He'll try a different line. He said, I'm not going to get him on the bottom. Let's try a different way. Going back to the top shelf, finding much steam and momentum as Vic Jr. about to have company now. What will he do this time? Won't be able to hold him back on that top rope because here comes Humphrey. Slides off on those right rear tires on the back straightaway, though, and he'll try to get it ironed back out off of turn number 4. Here he comes for the race lead down the straightaway. We're 2 laps to go to the good here. It'll be 1.5 laps to go, and he meets the midpoint of the back straightaway here in Vivian, Louisiana tonight in your second Pro Mod heat. And on the back boulevard in the 3 and 4, Humphrey trying to get it wound up top. Off of 4, Vic Jr. too smooth around the hub. Vic Jr. still holding on to the race lead. Will he lead the 8th and final one that matters the most? Final time into turn number 3. A checkered flag will await. Into 3 and 4. It appears it'll be all Doug Vic Jr., and it will be the Vivian, Louisiana racer in 4V. Heat race number 2 victor tonight. So your unofficial top 3 cars. Good run there for Mike Morris from Texarkana, Texas in car number 5. Longtime area racer there with a good effort, finishing in second. And the Johnny's Pizza House, Tilly's Mobile Homes, Down Home Country Sausage, sponsored ABC Auto Parts 515 car. Trent Humphrey, who's got a feature win this season here in Vivian, also has one at the Hill as the 5-1 car out of Keithville, Louisiana. Trent Humphrey snags second, but not enough to take it away from the former multi-time track champion here from Vivian, Louisiana, the car number 4V, the Vic's Paint and Body number 4V of Doug Vic Jr., your second and final Pro Mod Heat race winner tonight here at Ark-La-Tex. So the only second ever time that the crate late models. Oh, is this the first or the second? I can't. I know we were supposed to have them at this event a couple of months back, but this has been an outstanding addition to the weekly area racing around the Ark-La-Tex. The crate late model is a fast-growing class. And he's all on the pole of this one. It'll be car number 82 of Dalton Spear. And car number 54G, I call him Double G. He was almost a triple OG a couple of weeks ago when he had a run on John Mitchell at Texarkana 67 Speedway. And he had a hot rod at Super B last weekend as well. From Houghton, Louisiana, the advanced powder coating Black Diamond chassis number 54G. Works over at Ronnie Stuckey's Black Diamond Racing Shop in Blanchard. It's Garrett Gibson. Inside of 2, bad Chad DuPont. Chad DuPont from Bossier City, Louisiana, car number 57. Darren Patrick from West Monroe, Louisiana, and car number 21. As they hustle down Main Street into 1 and 2, the 604 crate late models go 3 wide momentarily for second. Now they'll do it for a matter of moments there for second. Into 3 and 4, Castor, Louisiana's number 28. Look out, Dalton Spear. Wow, that was close. Woo! Uh-oh. And we got carnage on the front straightaway. Darren Patrick somewhere, some way got turned. And that will throw the first caution in crate late model heat race action, as you got a front nose and a tailpiece mangled on the number 21 car of West Monroe, Louisiana's Darren Patrick. Wow. I'm not very familiar with Dalton Spear. Of course, familiar with Dylan Spear, but not quite. That looks like a Max Eddie Thomas colored car, but so I'm not very familiar with Dalton Spear here. If he may be a newcomer to this division, we don't see any sponsor alongside that car. Could have just acquired it. I'm not sure. I'll try to do a little bit of homework and find out here in a moment. But nonetheless, Dalton Spear lost the handle there in 3 and 4. I imagine you folks saw what I saw sitting at home on the couch, but boy, that was close, or it certainly looked like it. And Garrett Gibson did an outstanding job of pressing the old brake pedal there and avoiding a disaster. And somewhere, like I said, along the way, I didn't see exactly how that one transpired, but Darren Patrick, former Southern United Professional Racing Series late model winner and the former longtime Super Late Model Series, P&W Silk Super Late Model Series. Patrick now been in crate late model racing for several years now, as he has some work to do if he wants to try to get into this feature event tonight, as that nose is crumpled on the front of that race car. Doesn't look like anything significant on the right side, just some sheet metal damage there, but nonetheless, Patrick going to go off on the tow chain here in heat race number 1 for the crate lates tonight. So again, Garrett Gibson, who had an outstanding run at Super B Speedway. He has finished second now 4 times in this car over the last couple of months. Former factory stock driver Garrett Gibson, hailing out of Houghton, Louisiana. And like I was mentioning as the green flag came out, he is a hand over at Roddy Stuckey's Black Diamond Chassis shop over in Blanchard, Louisiana. As it looks like being scored with the race leaders, we'll go back to the green flag. 1 lap scored, 7 to go. Bad Chad DuPont out of Bossier City, your race leader in 57. So Double G, Garrett Gibson in that 54G Black Diamond leads another Black Diamond. Here comes that Rocket XR1 number 5 of the Catman, John Mitchell. John Mitchell, he did win that crate late model race. We did hold one here earlier this season, and Mitchell with the slight job across turn number 4. As he'll take it away from Double G in a 1. Gibson will serve him papers down on the exit of corner number 2. The 5 says we'll see you in court. Down the back straightaway into 3. John Mitchell with the second spot, hustling into 3 and 4 with his crosshairs dotted on the 57 of DuPont. Chad DuPont better go, and he better go now. DuPont around the top ropes of the Ark-La-Tex Speedway, about to be running scared, but here comes the Catman with some cat scratch fever. John Mitchell driving it deep off in the turns 3 and 4. Mitchell, not the only 2-time Comp Cam Super Dirt Series regional late model ace in the house tonight, joining Kyle Beard. Mitchell is a 2-time champ on that tour. Off of 2 and down the back straightaway, John been doing a little bit more crate late model racing here in the 2021 season. Off of 4, we had a big 5,555 feature event held in memory of his father, the late Ken Mitchell, last month at 67 Speedway in Mandeville, Arkansas. Mitchell came home second to Searcy, Arkansas racer Tyler Stevens. As off of corner number 4 down Main Street into 1, Mitchell will now roll the hub and a roll it well down to the inside. About a half of a nose that time for the race lead. He'll drive it deep off into 1 and 2. Chad DuPont will fit it to the outside. Respect shown there to DuPont. Mitchell leaves him room for the taking. He says, let's race. Off of 4, Mitchell with a heavy push that time. DuPont drives him underneath into 1. Contact there. Contact into 1 and 2. Nearly knocked the nose off of the 5 of the Catman, John Mitchell. Mitchell will drive it deep off in the turns 3 and 4. May not show much mercy here. Into 3 and 4. Slight job for the race lead off of turn 4 in the Catman with some cat scratch fever tonight. Will win your first crate late model heat race, and DuPont may not like it too much. Oh boy. So the driver to the Team 5 Enterprise Healthcare Express. Folks, that's some fast healthcare right there, folks. In the Healthcare Express, W&W Timber Integra Shocks and Springs, Rocket XR1 chassis. Out of Texarkana, the Catman, John Mitchell, takes your crate late model first heat race victory of the night here at Ark-La-Tex. And a good one. As a great run there for the 57 of Chad DuPont, and that Black Diamond Racing chassis just didn't quite have enough to serve supper there to the number 5 of John Mitchell. What a good one. We'll see what heat race number 2 can do. I believe there's 17 or 18 crate late models checked into the house tonight here at Vivian. As on the pole tonight, the driver of the Victory Race Rams Kaiser Manufacturing number 4 junior car. It'll be Tim Eves. Outside, many-time modified feature winner here over the years in the multi-time Boot Hill Speedway Open Wheel Modified Track Champion. In the Extreme Graphics by J-Rod. Yard Services LLC, Stuckey Enterprises, number 21. It's South Bossier City, Louisiana. It's David Winslet in the Black Diamond Racing chassis, number 21. Inside of 2 in the Bushwhacker chassis, number 24, that'll be Garen Lindsay. Outside him, and it'll be Tony the Tiger. We'll see if he's feeling great tonight. Tony the Tiger, Tony Lindsay. So a pair of Lindsays in row number 2. As in the 3, it's the superstar Tyler Owens in the number 8 car. He rides out of Calhoun, Louisiana. Austin DuPont, the second DuPont to do battle tonight in 57A, starts 6 inside of 4. He's going back to back to back between 3 different racetracks. He's won at Boot Hill, or he won last Saturday night at Super B Speedway in Chattanooga, Louisiana, as we do battle for the race lead. But speaking of the freight train from Farmerville, Louisiana, now resides out of Texarkana. The B-17 Black Diamond of Brandon Ball. We'll keep our eyes on him. Right now he rides all the way at the tail, but he has been on a heater. Won at Super B last weekend, won at Boot Hill the weekend prior, and won at Texarkana. As for the race lead, though, down the back straightaway, the number 21 of Winslet. A pair of Black Diamonds right now go toe-to-toe for the top spot off of 4 here at Ark-La-Tex tonight in heat race number 2. Winslet with a win at the Billy Milton Memorial Race this season at Boot Hill Speedway. His second season in crate late model racing action after a long-time stay in the open wheel modified ranks. And the caution will come out for the freight train. So Brandon Ball, the reason for the caution here, again, a long-time mainstay in the limited modified division, had accomplished just about anything you may want to accomplish around the Mid-South or the Ark-La-Tex area racing scene in that division. Has won the Tootsie Smith Memorial Crown Jewel, the 3,000 win here. His first ever win came in that division back in 2009 in the Spooky 50 held at Chatham Raceway. It was called Jones Motor Speedway at the time, for what it's worth. But again, a long-time mainstay, very well respected and very proven in that division. And he won the Southern Dirt Track Championship held at Texas Motor Speedway's Dirt Track 2019 of September. As Ball has started off this season, went back to back to back at the Rev, went 3 for 3 before Tyler Stevens came to town and knocked him off. But I tell you what, Ball's been tough, and he's trying to get his 4th consecutive win tonight between 4 different racetracks, but he's got a long road ahead if he wants to get the job done. My apologies, folks. I did not mention the Black Diamond Chassis Swain Construction Advanced Powder Coating number 15. That's going to be Clayton Stuckey, the son to Ronnie and Terry Stuckey in the number 15. He grows by leaps and bounds each and every time he gets on the saddle of that number 15 Lucas Oil Products entry. So the battle continues on. The war is waged still for the race lead. Down the back straightaway, Winslet works the hub and continues to work it well. But driving it a little bit deeper, locking his elbows off the corners is Ease, who holds on and still continues to be a race leader in 4JC in the 1. Tim Ease is the 2007 Limited Modified Track Champion here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway. Sat out of the cockpit for several years, but back in the saddle again, and he's looking good tonight, baby. Down the front straightaway in that Black Diamond Racing Chassis Victory Racer apps number 4 JC continues to relegate the advances from the number 21 of Bossier City, Louisiana's David Winslet. Winslet throws him another bone down here in 3 and 4. And Tim Ease will gobble it up at the flag stand. Into 1. We'll see if Winslet just holds the bone for himself this time and gets a face full of checker flag. Off of turn number 4, he will not, as Tim Ease holds off David Winslet here at heat race number 2 for the crate lates, and a great run there for the Lindsays. To finish third, Tony the Tiger. Tony Lindsay used that outside line momentum and finished third up in front of the number 24 of Garen Lindsay. So a good run there. Garen Lindsay finishes 4th. That had to have been a lot of fun. The family affair there doing battle door-to-door. Tony Lindsay gets the better of Garen and finishes 3rd as Garen comes on 4th. A good race there for the top spot. The number 21 out of Bossier City. And that Bill Brown Enterprises, Stuckey Enterprises, Black Diamond Chassis, number 21 to David Winslet. Kind of strange not seeing Winslet with a modified special event here, not behind the wheel of his GRT race car, open wheel modified. He hated to get rid of the thing, but really focused on this crate late model deal, and he's had much success. Again, won the Billy Milton Memorial at Boot Hill earlier in the season. He does come home 2nd, but should be a factor in tonight's main event. After earning every single lap of that one, Tim Eves, your winner of heat race number 2 for the crate late models tonight. I do believe this is our first last chance. So I believe this will be maybe our only B main tonight. I'm not quite sure. But it will be Dustin Dump Taylor on the pole here at number 24D machine. So Dustin Taylor out of Hooks, Texas, who's had some good runs here as of late. So Dustin Dump Taylor has jumped out front here to the race lead. Sammy Humphrey there. Sorry, Humphrey started up front of that yellow number 8 car. He just bought this car a couple of weeks ago. Same day he showed up at Texarkana for the first time. As we'll take the top 5 to the main event here tonight. And your B main for the limited modifieds. 10 laps in distance, and we're just about to be halfway. As the next time by, it'll be halfway into this one as the Adam Roy out of Red Lick just got around your second place driver here of Justin Vaughn piloting the number 2 JT. Roy started 4th. He'll now try to take second off our quarter number 4 this time as he heads down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Adam Roy in the Vance Construction Penal Trust sponsored Griffin Realtors Modern Primitives number 2 car. Dominated the first night out in this brand new hot rod for him. No new car blues for the now Hooks, Texas native, longtime Red Lake native, as he hustled like a big dog on the opening night and the very first night in this car and made it look easy. As we have one around at the bottom of turn number 4, and we'll caution, we'll have no other choice but the wave here. It's going to be the RP chassis of J.D. Ammons. J.D. Ammons in the number 2H, the reason for your caution down there at the bottom of turn number 4. So you got some good race cars in this one. You got Derek Durham, who is driving his brother Dustin's Durham Racing chassis number 99X tonight. Started 6th, lost a couple spots here early, but just trying to get that thing back on the trailer in one piece. As those two brothers have been working hard tooth and nail in the shop, building their own chassis now. As put a pretty nice piece together. As on the outside for the race lead goes Adam Roy. Adam Roy screams along the outside of Dustin Dump Taylor. These two have waged war in a slight job across the nose. Oh, and into the wall with contact, and he comes down the hill. Nearly makes more contact. The number 2 gets by unscathed. Showing a little smoke down to underneath the left rear of that number 2 IRP chassis. Adam Roy trying to get away from Dustin Taylor. These two guys are two very good friends out of the same area and spent a lot of nights in the shop throughout the week getting these race cars ready. The Roy brothers got Dustin Taylor into this sport, and Taylor has gotten much, much better and gets better and gains much experience every time he gets behind the wheel. The white flag waves. As Adam Roy rolled to the outside of him and got the job DONE. And the 5 cars that will transfer in this one are all rolling through 3 and 4 right now for the final time. And do a face full of checkered flag. Adam Roy dominated. Well, can't say he dominated. Made a bold move, and he gets the job done in car number 2. Dustin Dump Taylor will go to the main event tonight. Justin Vaughn will also go to the main event after finishing 3rd in this one. The Bossier City racer in car number 81 of Kyle Ingalls out of Bossier City, with his few starts that he'll make this year, comes home 4th, and the 5th and final transfer spot being taken by the 23 junior of John Good Jr. So in your Lone B feature now for the factory stocks that makes its way onto the Speedway, 5-time track champion and car number 4V, Doug Vick Jr. will be your pole sitter, as we will take the top 5 to the main event, going 10 laps in distance in this one. To the outside of the front row, and car number 72, it'll be Logan Griffin. Logan Griffin of the AB Performance Bubba Green Towing, number 72 Outlaw Racing chassis. Inside of 2 in car number 53, out of Minden, Louisiana, second-generation racer, the son of Dwayne Brown. It's Hayden Brown in car number 53. Outside of Hayden Brown in the number 17 car, it will be Alex Turner. Starting inside of our number 3, piloting car number 3 out of Sarepta, Louisiana, Charles Duck. Outside of 3 along in the number 68 car, sprint car ace out of Houghton, Louisiana, Dustin Gates. Inside of 4 to be Austin Turner, piloting number 15, Benji White in 49W. Stephen Thompson pilots 107, and Dustin Hennigan in the X car. How about that, huh? Old Dustin Hennigan out here in the B main. It'll be the 4th generation of Hennigan, and I don't think he made it out there. Oh, he did. He's in the X. Dustin wins his share of iRacing events, and you know that he'll get it honest. It probably wouldn't take him very long, as his dad started at the age of 16, I believe. Speaking of Chris, of course, Chris's grandfather, Ace Hennigan, and of course, Chris's father, Tommy Joe. It's a long line of racers in the Hennigan household, and we'll see what that next gen can do. Is right now the battle for the race lead. You got 3 cars right now throwing at it. Off of 4, Hayden Brown. Boy, he gets better every time he sits behind the wheel. Put a little hot sauce down to the inside of the 4 via Vic Jr. for second. As Vic Jr. right now, well, hold on, we got Carnage down here in 1 and 2. And Dustin Gates cannot find any kind of luck in that 68 car since his first start last week in his Super B. It's hard to tell from this vantage point who we got. It looks like one of the Turners around over here in 1 and 2. So Alex Turner started 4th and was one of the cars involved down here in 1 and 2, and I believe the number 3, that's Charles Duck. So Charles Duck out of Sarepta, Louisiana, in the number 3 car, facing the wrong direction here, and will likely need the tow. Well, as I said, he tries to drive off here. So Charles Duck right now going to try to tack on here. He climbs out of the car, though. He'll expire that entry. So early on in this one, the number 72 of Logan Griffin out of Texter, Canada, the Bubba Green Towing AB Performance number 72 Outlaw Racing chassis, who just swapped his number from L17 to 72 to pay tribute of a fallen racer not long ago. I believe Mike Green, if I'm not mistaken. So Griffin out here racing in his memory tonight in the number 72 car. Vic Jr. will line up second on the restart. Hayden Brown showed a lot of effort there early. Will be third when we go back to the green flag with 2 laps scored of this 10-lap affair, and your only B main tonight for the factory stocks here at Ark-La-Tex. having a little bit of difficulty here from what I can see, getting the number 3 of Charles Duck assisted off the speedway here. A nice field of cars here on a Friday night. I can't recollect the last time that we've raced here, or this racetrack is competed on a Friday night. But nonetheless, you can't be upset with 117 cars checked into battle tonight, as 33 Arm Series Modifieds lead the car count in the 5 respective divisions that we have here this evening, but a full car count each division, as we just ran our limited modified B main event that was won by Adam Roy, and now our first and only factory stock B main. And we've got Logan Griffin on the point, as Alex Turner had to be picked up and assisted off the speedway as they go over the top of turn number 3. And the lights go out, and we'll go back to the green flag this time. With 2 laps scored, 8 laps remain here in this 10-lap affair for the factory stocks. The home of factory stock and the home of the original factory stock crown jewel, the home of the Cajun Cruiser Classic, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. So Logan Griffin, going to be up to him to put his foot through the firewall and get this one restarted. Vic Jr. and Brown in row number 2. We're backing away at Ark-La-Tex off of turn number 4. The green flag waves. Logan Griffin leads him off the exit of 2. Goes a little high, wide, and hands on exit, but sends the number 72 Outlaw Chassis full throat into turn number 3. Vic and Brown tucked in tow on the bottom, while the outside, the number 68 of Dustin Gates he's trying to find it, folks. He's driving it on the edge of disaster. Like I said, he's used to that 360 cubic inch power underneath with a wing on top of a sprint car. And boy, in the 3, he just got dumped and turned around there. Gates cannot find any kind of luck. And I'm only laughing at how tough it's been for him. In a way of disbelief there. Dustin has got to be hot underneath the collar as he was finally getting it figured out there. And the caution flag will come out. It is a sharp looking race car. And an Outlaw chassis built by Justin Whitehead. I believe it was the 49W of Benji White who got in there just a little bit too hot and heavy and gave him just enough of a shot in the shorts to send him around like a top there. Almost held on to it, but just couldn't quite do it. We're taking the top 5 to the dance tonight, folks. Keep our eyes on Gates here, see if he can get back to the front, as he's already about to be back to the back bumper of the 49W of Benji White as he rolls it down the front stretch into 1. 5 cars to the dance. That means 3 of them. We'll throw her on the trailer. We'll be seeing them later on a different dirt track Saturday night. Oh, and Benji White serves a left rear. Oh, and puts Hayden Brown into the fence here. Oh, my goodness. And Hayden Brown bites the concrete hard, folks. Hayden Brown into the front straightaway concrete in a bad way. And he limps it around in turns 1 and 2. As Benji White serves a right rear to him there. And I'm not so sure that's what he wanted for dinner. As a 72 car continues to lead in the form of Logan Griffin down the back straightaway. Doug Vick Jr. trying to pick him off. Vic drives it down to his inside, shows him the nose. Hello, I'm here. Vic Jr. stays tucked around the bottom. And as smooth as silk. Smooth as butter, baby. He's on a roll. Vic Jr. right around the hub of the racetrack. Trying to run down Griffin, who's driven a very smart and a smooth race. Kind of running that Chris Hennigan line, where you're making this place a big circle. He fans out a little high wide off the exit, but keeps the car straight, locks his elbows, and keeps the momentum wound up and dives down to the bottom in turn number 3. We'll see what he does this time with lap traffic out in front. How will it impede his progress? Lap traffic up in front as the white flag will wave this time. Steven Thompson, the lap car that's, look out, Logan. He'll get by unscathed, but Vic Jr. nearly doesn't. Oh, my goodness. Vic Jr. finally gets by, and I'll tell you what, he is not paying Vic any kind of favors here. Goodness. That got hairier than Carey, folks. As Stephen Thompson lap traffic not playing any kind of favors. I mean, 0 favors to your top few cars here as Doug Vick Jr. barely gets by unscathed as Logan Griffin was able to squeeze by there and take the B-main victory in car number 72. So the young 17-year-old racer, the AB Performance Bubba Green Towing Outlaw Chassis number 72, Logan Griffin out of Texarkana. Your B-main factory stock victor here at Ark-La-Tex tonight. Doug Vick Jr. finishes in second in this one, and a great effort. It's a tough break for Hayden Brown, who had third for the majority of that one and got stuck into the fence there late in this one. As Dustin Gates does rebound to go to the main event as well. Benji White will also transfer on the 49W in that sharp new-looking 49W car, as that is once more your one and only factory stock B main event tonight here at Ark-La-Tex. Your first ARM Series last chance qualifier tonight on the Speedway. Race fans taken to the green flag this time. It's going to be the number 56 machine rolling down the front straightaway with a race lead this time as they exit car number 2. James McCurry going to use the outside line of 13J. And Day Motorsports B main number 1. Day Motorsports has all the parts you need from the front to the back bumper and all parts in between. As Brock Bowen going to hold on to the race lead in 56. They head off a 2 and down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Tommy Cannon in the 719 rolls the bottom side of the racetrack. The South Louisiana racer rolling the hub and rolling it well off of turn number 4. Brock Bowen out of Fannin, Texas looking strong tonight here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway. Bowen with many wins down in the limited modified class at South Texas Speedway in Corpus Christi over the last couple of years, and now been on a modified for 2 full seasons as he hustles down the front straightaway and win with the race lead. Tommy Cannon looking just about as impressive as he did the night we were at the Rev back in May. Although not so sure he had to come out of a B main that night as he came home in the top 5 of the main event. Cannon rolling the bottom, McCreary up top. Cannon will snag second now as they roll the bottom out of the racetrack into turn number 1. Donnie Powers in that Soapy King Genuine RV. Number 6 machine out of Henderson, Texas. Donnie Powers up the 4th now down the back straightaway. So it's all Brock Bowen all the time right now to this juncture. Taking the top 5 to the main event in this one. Lots of good cars. Going to be having a thrower on the trailer as we have 33 entrants tonight in the USRA Arm Series. Bowen continues to lead this time with 4 to go. 3.5 laps to go. He meets the midpoint of the back straightaway. Tommy Cannon out of Denham Springs, Louisiana. Rolling the bottom of the racetrack, rolling well. Running just a little bit different line on entry and exit than Bowen is. But Bowen right now, about a whole lane higher than Cannon is. And I think Cannon may be just a little bit quicker right now. But Bowen, we got the caution coming out. While the caution came out, we had another one coming around. I believe that was Settle. Randall Settle down here facing the skidder tire in turn number 1. I didn't see, I think one went over the top of 3 and 4 perhaps. Not 100% what the caution was coming out for, but again, Settle had came around after the caution flag had already been displayed. So it's been Brock Bowen out of Fannin, Texas, who's jumped out front to the race lead and started stretching it out with a sizable advantage. And that's the caution flag he more than likely did not want to see. As again, passing the eyeball test out of Denham Springs, Louisiana, Tommy Cannon, driving a Hughes Racing chassis tonight, built by the multi-time USMTS national champion Jason Hughes. Tommy Cannon showing up and showing out at Ark-La-Tex here in this B main. Again, we'll head back tomorrow to the Rev where he scored a solid top 3 performance a couple of months back as Cannon. We'll see if he can keep that mustard rolling underneath it on the bottom. Again, he was running about a whole car length of a lane underneath where Bowen was. We'll see if it works out. We're back underway. Here comes McCreary in that Star One roofing number 13J. James McCreary gonna dethrone the 719 of Tommy Cannon and relegate him to 3rd, but Cannon back once more down to the hub of the racetrack. McCreary trying to get it round up top with 2 to go. McCreary trying to find some stick and some dig on the outside of the racetrack as we hustle down to it. 1.5 laps to go as they met the midpoint of the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4. Cannon back in there. 3 cars under a blanket. White flag is out this time. A great exit of 4 there for the 56 of Brock Bowen as he gets away by a couple of car lengths down the back straightaway for the final time in the turns 3 and 4. B main number 1 winner. It'll be no problems for the youngster out of Fannin, Texas, Brock Bowen in 56, your winner. Bowen takes it to James McCreary by half of a nose, gets the 719 of Cannon at the line for 2nd. So McCreary showing that there is indeed something on the outside for the taking there, and found much stick and dig there to relegate to 3rd Tommy Cannon, who held on to 2nd for the majority of that one. But he'll definitely go to the main event tonight as we took the top 5 to the main event. As no one had anything for your longtime race leader, led every single lap of that 10-lap affair in your first Day Motorsports USRA Modified B feature for the ARM Series. Brock Bowen out of Fannin, Texas, piloting car number 56, your winner. Great performance there for James McCreary. Got something wound up the top in the 13J in that Star One Roofing sponsored entry, and he'll take 2nd at the line over Tommy Cannon at a Denham Springs, Louisiana, driving the Hughes chassis number 719. Donnie Powers with a great run there, and Nathan Hagar in the 99, I believe, rolled towards the front and grabbed that 5th and final transfer spot there on that final restart. Again, Date Motorsports, the presenting sponsor of all of your ARM Series last chance racing here tonight. Day Motorsports has all the parts you need from the front to the back bumper and all parts in between. Their official circuit track warehouse located in Tyler, Texas. They can get you back on the racetrack give them a call at any time. Max Eddie Thomas going to be on the pole out of Quinlan, Texas here in the Honeycutt Sand and Gravel number 82 machine. Max Eddie was bad, fast, and heat race action earlier. Just need a little better fortune to go along with it. He'll be a tough customer from the front row in this one. Max Eddie's no stranger to victory lane here in Vivian. Been a little while, though, since he's went to victory lane here. So Max Eddie Thomas on the pole outside. One of the winningest drivers in Vivian, Louisiana all time. Goes by the moniker of Winnigan. Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas in the Rick Sis performance-powered IRP Racing OS1 chassis. It's Winnigan, Hennigan out of Marshall in 16. Inside of 2 in car number 21 out of Longview, Texas, it'll be Kevin Peters. And outside, Chris Huckabee in the number 2C. He has really stepped up and stepped out here lately. Keep your eyes on him. Colton Horner in the 56H from a late model ace. Outside of Horner, the 47, it'll be Jack Sarton out of Terrell, Texas. USMTS winner at RPM earlier in the season. Dylan Glass in 27H. Jake Huckabee. Anybody's guess who's going to get this one done. Stephen Gaddis and Kyle Taylor will start at the till. We'll see if they can pick any off here. Off of turn 4. Winnigan, Hennigan at the home stretch tonight will lead lap number 1. Chris Hennigan with the race lead. Heading off of 2 down the back straight, putting that Rick Sis Performance power plant to the test and sends it full throat into 3. And we'll see if he starts working that Chris Hennigan line. He'll make this racetrack a big circle and never come to a complete stop. He had this place figured out for many, many years in the open wheel modified ranks. And right now he's toting the left front. Right now off of 4, that Career Search sponsored Rick Sis Performance Powered Panel Truss. Rallo's Auto Sales number 16 of Winnigan Hennigan is starting to stretch it out on him. So as we haven't ran mods here consistently in Vivian the last several years, of course, this is Chris's home track where he won 2 USMTS main events. He's traveled around as he is a modified driver through in and throughout. He's the reigning Ronnie Sigmund Memorial winner. That event taking place at Kevin Sester, Kevin Rogers, RPM Speedway, I believe, next weekend. Go and check and support those guys. They're doing a lot of great things over there at RPM. A big-time modified event. It's the Brian Mount Memorial as well as the Ronnie Sigmund Memorial. There's a blockbuster event, and Hennigan is the reigning winner of that event. As 3 wide back here for transfer. 5 cars to the main event. You got 3 of them battling right here off of turn number 4. It's Sarton right now who has the 4 spot as they hustle into turn number 1. Dylan Glass around the hub of the racetrack. Apologies. Dylan Glass is at the tail right now at number, hard to see from right here. So right now, such a running order into turn number 1 is the next time by. It'll be 1 lap to go for Winnigan, Hennigan out of Marshall. Quinlan, Texas racer Max Eddie Thomas still holds on to second. Chris Huckabee in third as they head down the back straightaway to the white flag. Jack Sarton out of Terrell in the 4th spot in 47. The battle for the 5th and final transfer spots up for grabs. 21 Longview, Texas racer Kevin Peters in the 56-8 of Colton Horner. This youngster started racing late models around Texas at the age of 13 years old as they head down the back straightaway. Colton Horner, will he get the bid? Hennigan will win it in commanding fashion. Huckabee tries to squeeze down to the bottom of Max Eddie. Can't get the job done. Eddie will grab second. Huckabee third. 4th will be Sarton. And 5th goes to the 56H of Colton Horner. So Colton Horner will grab the 5th and final transfer spot here over the 21 of Kevin Peters. As 4th out of Terrell, Texas, the IRP chassis number 47 is Jack Sarton out of Terrell, Texas. Chris Huckabee in the number 2C will finish in 3rd and transfer to the main event. Peaked underneath the 82 who finished 2nd. Max Eddie Thomas just didn't quite have enough there to get around him on the final trip to the checkered flag. As taking the win here at the home stretch tonight in commanding fashion, the driver of the Rick Sis Performance powered IRP OS1 chassis, Rallo's Auto Sales Career Search number 16. It's Winnigan, Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas. Your winner of your 2nd B feature presented by Day Motorsports. Your limited modified feature event is shaped up to go to the green flag this time. A full field of limited modifieds ready to the thunder. Off of corner number 4 for 20 laps in distance tonight on the pole out of Mod, Texas, Tim Strickland. Outside is the 92 of Justin Whitehead from Hooks. JoJo Wilhelm, Ronald Pilkington, Brent Tidwell, Derek Grigsby make up row number 3. Row 4, Stephen Hogan and Dick Barron Prince. We hustle down into 1 and 2 for the first time of 20. Down the back straightaway, we head off into turn number 3 on the opening of 20 laps. It's going to be the new Boston, Texas. Look out in the turn number 3. Ronald Pilkington drives deep off into the corner on the 213 of Strickland. Gives him a little right there, Fred. 3 wide for a second into 1 and 2. Across the nose of Strickland goes Pilkington. And we'll see if Strickland serves him back a little bit of what he gave. Into 3 and 4, Pilkington. Roughing up the 213 just a little bit on that last time off of turn number 4. This time leading that 213 around the top ropes of the racetrack. Tell you what, Strickland is having a hell of a run here tonight. As Grigsby now squeezes down to the inside of him, that 213 of Tim Strickland. As the battle for second now heating up all the while, Justin Whitehead trying to get away out front in 92. Whitehead, the hired gun tonight of a chassis that used to sit in his stable that he's wheeled to several victories. As the Hooks Texan right now with the race lead, but Ronald Pilkington in hot pursuit down the back straightaway. Pilkington into 3. Has got that IRP Effect Series chassis digging around the top shelf of the Ark-La-Tex Speedway early in this one. Next time by, it'll be 5 laps scored with 15 laps remaining here in this main event with Justin Whitehead right now out front with the lead by about a half of a straightaway in 92. Of course, not the first time Whitehead's been a hired gun for Andrew Rossum. Was the hired gun in the 10,000 win King of the Hill for him last year in the factory stock King of the Hill event. And led, of course, 46 of the 50-lap race before Kenil Kemp got by him late. But again, if he is given 4 tires and a steering wheel, he can get the job done. Doesn't matter the class, sanctioned series, or body, or style of car. Right now, he's willing it and dealing it on the top ropes, and it's going to take a valiant effort for anyone to get a run on him, or we may need a caution, but we'll see what happens as lap traffic could become a factor here in a short while. As Whitehead just crossed underneath the Barksdale Federal Credit Union flag stand as he hustles into 1 all the way on the top shelf of the racetrack. As Pilkington now prevails over Wilhelm to grab second comfortably, and he can now comfortably set his sights on Whitehead. It's going to be a matter of who can run the cush a little bit harder than the other. And with the advantage Whitehead's already put out, up in smoke, and that is the kind of luck that Strickland has, and we'll have to go caution here, folks. Tim Strickland just grenaded a power plant, and pop goes the weasel. Oh, man. Tim Strickland was having an outstanding performance tonight. Won his heat race, sat on the pole of this main event here tonight, and the regular over at 67 Speedway in Mandeville, Arkansas, who does compete here pretty often. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, man. Goes up in smoke, and his night will end abruptly over here in corner number 2. So that's the caution flag that Justin Whitehead more than likely did not want to see, as we have 8 laps scored and 12 laps remaining of this 20-lap affair here at Ark-La-Tex tonight. Thanks for all of you great folks tuning in live on Race on Texas Speed Pass, as well as racingdirt.com. Always enjoy when Trent Berry and Austin and the gang could get down here to Vivian, Louisiana. As in the 1 and 2 on the restart, Wilhelm's going to fire to the outside of the 22 of Pilkington and trying to make it 3 different lanes wide. Here comes Grigsby in 69 all over the back bumper of 47 of Wilhelm, and it is getting heavier than carry back there. The 18 of Hogan corralled that car. That's what I was looking at. He was all kinds of loose. As down the back straightaway, the 22 of Pilkington got snookered on the outside. Willie gets snookered on the inside. Here comes the Marshall missile. Derek Grigsby fires a missile down to the inside. He'll pick the pocket of Pilkington as well. So here comes Grigsby. What a main event at Boot Hill Speedway, the night of the 10,000 weight King of the Hill in the limited modified feature event. And down the back straightaway, he's got the pocket picked of the 22 of Rollo now. As Derek on the top ropes, I'm telling you, he could not get any higher on that racetrack right there off of 4, and he uses all that momentum in his advantage. They're 3 wide for third. 3 wide off the exit. Grigsby's going to fire a missile off the exit of 2. Doesn't quite find the run that he was looking for, but he does find a head of steam nonetheless in the 3 and 4 as he's giving it hell on the top ropes. And he's losing speed. Thought maybe for a matter of moments he could have had a tire going down, because he has given that 69 car all it's worth. And here he comes. He fires it to the outside of Tidwell. Hello and goodbye. Off of 4, Wilhelm fired the best at all of them on that restart, but none better than the number 92 of Whitehead, who's running scared out front in that Rossland Motorsports number 92 car. Whitehead, this year's $5,000 victor in the limited modified class in Greenwood, Louisiana at Boot Hill Speedway in this year's inaugural Billy Milton Memorial. Held off Shane Hebert to get the job done, as Whitehead tonight is the dominant force here in this one. As the caution flag did not pay any factors or give any advantage to anyone on a re-racked and stacked restart. It's been all Whitehead all the time since the drop of the initial green flag in this one, as we have 4 laps to go. 5 laps to go, rather. Going to be 4 to go the next time by for the Hooks Texas racer Justin Whitehead. It is about that's a little over a half a straightaway advantage, or less, matter of fact, for Justin Whitehead as he exits corner number 2 with Joho Wilhelm in hot pursuit with Derek Grigsby in tow, who will now go to the bottom of the racetrack in 3 and 4 and bring the number 20 and 2 well along with him. As they head down the front straightaway, the next time by, it'll be 2 to go for the 92 of Justin Whitehead. Whitehead looking to just hit his marks for these final few laps that matter the most. 2 sticks out from flagman Gary Lipscomb this time by. Down the front straightaway, here comes Derek for second in contact with Wilhelm. Contact there at the flag stand. And it may seem egregious, folks. I'm sure he didn't mean to get into him. But if you've ever paid close attention, or if you've been down eye level with this racetrack, it's a D-shaped racetrack, so you're never fully straight. As they were 3 wide there, Wilhelm stuck on that outside. Grigsby peeked it down to his inside. And as the 47X kind of had that machine arc trying to get back down to the corner, it was just kind of a meet-in-the-middle situation, and nothing there egregious or intentional on Grigsby's behalf, as those 2 guys race against one another all the time and have much respect for one another. As again, if you hang around this sport long enough, or if these guys race in it long enough, sometimes you'll get into somebody and you hate that it happens, but that's indeed what just happened. Whether you serve or think about intent or not, which wasn't the case here. And unfortunately, it's going to end with JoJo Wilhelm's stop down here just before we enter turn number 1 after a valiant effort tonight. Fired extremely well in that restart, as he didn't have anything for Whitehead on that green flag run, but he had separated himself from Grigsby and Rollo. And just as they got a run on him there, his night will end abruptly as well here at the bottom of 1. I'm not sure if Derek Grigsby went to the pits himself because he felt bad, or if he was actually served a black flag there. I didn't never see the black flag, but he may have been told he was dismissed over the radio. I'm not quite sure there. But, of course, Derek probably, he'd tell you like it is. If he felt at fault, he may have just exited. But nonetheless, we're backing away in a shot in the shorts from Tidwell to Whitehead on the restart. Uh-oh. Here comes Brent Tidwell, the 2019 Boot Hill Speedway track champions, rolling around the bottom. He may have found something around that hub. Here comes Tidwell, the proud new father in that RKT operating IRP chassis number 20 with the white flag waves. Uh-oh. We're setting ourselves up for a photo finish. Get your cameras ready. Tidwell drives it deep off into 1 and 2, may have scrubbed too much speed off the exit of 2, loses much momentum. Final time in the turns 3 and 4. Around the hub, Whitehead up top to the checker flag that awaits. Off before Justin Whitehead leads all 20 tonight in 92.
Right now.
So how about we do a little stock car racing here at the Land of the 3 Wide tonight here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway, where Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas all meet, folks. As tonight on the pole, trying to get his first ever victory here at the Ark-La-Tex Speedway. I said it was Colton earlier when I didn't have a roster or a lineup. It is, in fact, the driver of the 77 Star. That is Colton's old number, but tonight it's Cameron Furr in 77. Cameron Furr, proud new father. Congratulations goes out to him. So Cameron Furr on the front row tonight. He's out of Sabine, Texas, to the outside. Two-time winner here this season in the 55M John Harvey Toyota Twin City Towing number 55M Outlaw chassis. It's Cody Myers out of Bossier City. Finished third at the Texas Motor Speedway dirt track on Monday night. So the lights are out, the green comes out. We're underway down the front straightaway into one on the start of 20 laps in distance for the factory stocks at Ark-La-Tex tonight. So heading off of turn number 2 and heading down the back straightaway. It's anybody's guess who's going to come home with this one. Whitehead going to be the one to keep your eyes on, of course. But nonetheless, into turn number 3, Myers is jumped out front, and he has not led the first lap, but he tries. As a 77 Star of Cameron Furr leads the first trip around. This high bank quarter mile tonight. Whitehead goes to the top ropes. He'll try to find some stick in the dig, just like he found in the limited modified. And here comes 36J. But for the race lead, trying for the slider. Nope, we'll leave some room for the taking on the outside to keep that car pinched on the bottom. As Myers lead lap number 2. Furr leads lap 1, Myers leads lap 2. As we'll see if they continue a game of inning over the race lead, as here comes Natchitoches, Louisiana's David Edwards. David Edwards looking for a dub here at Ark-La-Tex. He has one here, but it's been way back in 2013 when he won here on a day race, day of the Doug Murphy Memorial event. So down the front stretch into turn number 1 we head. Whitehead's got it singing a song on the top ropes. He'll carry a tune on the exit of turn number 2. Whitehead with his crosshairs dialed. He'll stay on the top shelf and keep that best engine built by Chuck placing him under the firewall. And contact for second. Much respect by David Edwards being shown to Furr to gather it back in. Shows he did not mean to get into him. Let him corral the wheel there, as Edwards has maybe a better hot rod right now, just cannot find the lane to get by. Boxed in right now as the 54 is shirt lift to the outside, as Whitehead about to take them all to school off of 4. He does, he goes to second. Whitehead to second now, and he'll set his crosshairs to the back of the number 55M Outlaw chassis. Whitehead said pretty candidly in his Victor Lane interview last time post-race, I asked Justin, I said, what could you have done differently to get the win here tonight, as he finished third to Neil Kemp, who was second, and Cody Myers, who won, trying to go back-to-back here tonight. He said, Neil and Cody to stay at home. Well, you may need the 55M car to stay at home once more, but I tell you what, it'll be interesting to see what happens if the green stays out with 14 trips to go, 13 to go this time by, with 7 laps scored here at Ark-La-Tex. And Cameron Furr nearly lost the handle again. He corralled it. Edwards will get by, as well as the 12 of Bo Perry. So your pole sitter has faded from the in-house to the outhouse in this one. As rolling through 3 and 4, your race leader Cody Myers hugging the hub and hugging it well off at turn number 4 this time. It will be 11 laps to go. 9 scored here at Ark-La-Tex tonight in your main event. So Whitehead not going to budge. And if we haven't met lap traffic all the way to this juncture with this next one scored, I'm not so sure that we will meet lap traffic if we do go caution free. Or a heavy set anyway. The only car up in front, it'll be Eagletown, Oklahoma's Daniel Lampier for the 55M of Myers. He'll get to him here in a couple of moments. As this field from the top to the tail just kind of shows how competitive it is week to week. As all these guys right now trying to stay on the same straightaway as Myers. Looking to get a run on lap traffic, and then he can put one car in between himself and the front nose of 36J. As Whitehead giving it hell, but he has yet to be able to muster up enough momentum, as now he'll try a different line in turns 3 and 4. Everybody right now to this juncture knows the tail as we work down to it here at Ark-La-Tex tonight. The 4th event of the 2021 season here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway, owned and promoted by Gene Border and the Border family for many years, since 2003, since its grand opening. I say it's a grand reopening anytime this place opens the door, because everybody loves the race here. It has always been amazing to me how Gene prepares to keep this racetrack good, raceable, and smooth nonetheless for the minimal amount of events that he's hosted here over the last several seasons. So out in front, down the front straightaway this time into turn number 1. 7 laps to go. 13 have been scored into the Ark-La-Tex Speedway history books this time, as Myers has gotten by, as well as Whitehead of the 51 of the Oklahoma racer Daniel Lampier to put him down a circuit. As again, not a whole lot going on right now on the racetrack. It would take us all the way all the way back to the midpoint of the back straightaway to find your first door-to-door battle. As interestingly enough, if you want to say the track could be locking down to this point, it is showing a little rubber. I'd be hard-pressed to think the mods won't be all over this baby. Oh, and we may get our first caution, and we more than likely will. And we will get a caution here, as the 49W of Benji White, as well as the number C1 of Chris Shaw. Chris Shaw looks like he's on a mission. So Chris Shaw in that Kenna Solutions Hitman Designs number C1 car, and Benji White coming together down here in 1 and 2. So after that entire green flag run, 15 laps, Cody Myers only lapped 1 car. And just kind of speaks volumes of how competitive this class is week to week, even on a weekly race. And they'll race for $15,000 next weekend at the Super B Speedway in Chatham, Louisiana. We'll see what the buzz is all about next weekend for 15 grand. Of course, the reigning winner of that event, Chris Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas, one of our B-Main USRA Arm Series winners here tonight. As Hennigan, the hired gun for Tommy Mercer. He put that Southern Roofing Bodies Body Shop Outlaw Racing Chassis PTS Power number 1, or C16 car, in victory lane here for 15 grand in Louisiana last season. Looks like, was that Edwards or Furr that got dismissed here? I think it may have been. Let's see. Not quite sure, and it does appear that it's Fur here. It will receive a dismissal and get the Black Silks. So tough break for Cameron Fur. They're going to get back underway this time by. The green comes out. And Clint Shirtlift. Whitehead storms back to the outside of Shirtlift for the second spot. As they roll down the back straightaway, the turn number 3, it'll be 4 laps to go this time. Whitehead goes back to the top ropes. We'll see if that outside line prevails for him, as Shirtlift will go to second that time by at the line. Outlaw Racing Chassis 1, 2, and 3 with the laser chassis house car built by Glenn Perry and his son Bo driving tonight. And the Superior Barn Grill number 12 and trying to grab the third spot away from Whitehead, as those 3 different horses right now are going to go at it off of 4. And Perry will snag it. And now on the outhouse. There's one thing you got to respect about Justin. He's already got the limited modified win to his credit tonight, rolling the outside of the racetrack with reckless abandon. It appears right now that it's not going to pay off for him in the factory stock, but you got to respect it. He'll give it hell. And he's not too much on being complacent and following the leader anyway. As we will work down the back straightaway. 1.5 laps to go. The white flag awaits this time by. And we got carnage at the top of turn number 2. Dalton Dubois is going to stop, maybe. Nope. He'll keep us clean and under the green flag. No, he won't. Wow, the white flag waves, and Dalton Dubois is all the way down to the hub in turn number 2. And Myers has to take I wouldn't say he took evasive action, but it was not what he was expecting to see nonetheless. So the final time, he'll go back-to-back at Ark-La-Tex tonight. The Bossier City bad boy will head back there with a smile on his face. Cody Myers at 55M scores the victory tonight. He has been lethal in his new Outlaw chassis in 2021.
like to thank on this race car?
Man, I want to thank John Harvey Toyota, Harvey Subaru, Lexus, of course, Joe Best with Twin City Towing for giving me this ride, my dad, of course. I'm going to give a big shout out to PTS Race Engines, Classic Highway 989, 937 Kiss Country, J&J Motorsports. Also want to give a big shout out to Justin Whitehead on Outlaw Race Car. He just builds a damn phenomenal race car for sure. And Club 20 suspension with nil count.
All right, Cody, what has led to you being so dominant here this season?
Changing chassis, man. I've always wanted to get one of them outlaw cars, and Justin and Joe and them pushed it real big on the off season, and it's just a great package with him and also Neil. You know, it fits my driving style finally, you know, and I like it. So it's working.
All right, let's give it up for Cody Myers at 55M with his third feature win of the season at Ark-La-Tex Speedway. So the American Racer Series USRA Modified main event rolling over the top of turn number 4. American Racing Tire will feature a 30-lap main event here for the USRA Modifieds at Ark-La-Tex. The first time this series that was just formed earlier this season in a short period of time at that. Bring 33 mods here to the land of the 3 wide tonight, and we have got the best 23 that you can find here tonight. And the young 18-year-old out of Sauget, Mississippi will start up front on the pole tonight in 46. I'd say kind of a surprise entrant nonetheless, but car number 46 again out of Mississippi, the young 18-year-old Jade Lusenberg, and 46 will be your pole sitter tonight. Outside of Jade Lusenberg, and in the number 14 T, it'll be Pearl, Texas, it's Tristan Dykes. Tristan Dykes in 14T. Inside of row number 2, the multi-time Comp Cam Super Dirt Series Regional Late Model Champion. He's pretty good behind the wheel of this modified as well. The Rock Hard Powder Coating 45 Race Shop Gary Beard Trucking number 86. It's the Silent Assassin Kyle Beard. So outside of Kyle Beard in the number 24 W car, he gets better and better every time I see him behind the wheel of this. I believe he's maybe still on a Bandit chassis. Need to go catch up with the Williams family here pretty soon, but nonetheless out of Falk, Arkansas, the 24 W, it'll be Mason Williams. And inside of row number 3, starting on the 5th spot, will be Manuel Williams in 24M. It's Manuel Williams the second out of Falk, Arkansas. And the Charlie Williams Painting Pro 1 Transmissions number 24T. Outside of him, it'll be car number 6 out of Hallsville, or Diana, Texas, in the MB Custom Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited MB Custom number 2G. It's Kenny Gaddis in 2G. Starting inside of row number 4 in the 7th position, out of McAllen, Texas, in the number 34, it's Michael Walker. Outside of Michael Walker, into the number 24, it's Big Man Manuel Williams out of Falk, Arkansas, in 24. Next car to the inside, I need to correct myself. Earlier I said it was Cale Westover. I didn't have the lineups, and his car does kind of look similar to his, but hey, no excuses nonetheless. The number 15J out of McKinney, Texas, a wheelman indeed. It'll be Jason Webb in 15J. And starting 10th outside of row number 5 at a Diana, it'll be Sean Gaddis, the next generation of the Gaddis family, in car number 7, as they line them up 4 abreast. Only the best go 4 abreast here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway. Here at the land of the 3 wide, the ARM Series goes 4 wide down Main Street, this time into 1. It is a nice sight to see open wheel modifieds, full-powered open wheel modifieds going back at it here at Ark-La-Tex. A place that featured one of the most successful non-sanctioned open wheel modified events for many years here. Speaking of the Doug Murphy Memorial, they paid $10,000 to win. We saw the likes of Terry Phillips and, of course, Chris Hannigan, Jeremy Payne, and many other great shoes go to victory lane here in that prestigious event. So one more time for you folks sitting at home in the crib. Hey, why not be silly and get up and give them a nice salute here, folks? You may have had a couple of cold ones. Nonetheless, a lot of these guys are your friends or your family. 4 wide here at Ark-La-Tex once more as they head down the front straightaway here. This bad, fast, high bank quarter mile here in Vivian, Louisiana, where Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas all meet. So I left off at car starting 11th in the number 38T out of Bevins, Texas. The number 38T is T.J. Tollison. Outside of him, racing Jason Ingalls, the former John Harvey Toyota Ark-La-Tex Championship winner, and also a winner of the Texas Motor Speedway dirt track this season on one of those Monday night specials. As Ingalls in a Longview, Texas, the owner and fabricator of IRP Race Cars. You got James McCurry, Max Eddie Thomas, Tommy Cannon out of Denham Springs, Louisiana, Chris Huckabee out of Midlothian, Nathan Hagar out of Adair, Oklahoma, Jack Sarton, Donnie Powers, Colton Horner, Colby Collins. That's your 23-car starting field. We're going for 30 laps in distance tonight at the land of the 3 wide. Oh, and that's not going to work. That's not going to work, and your pole sitter, Jade Lusenberg, never got on the hammer. And Gaddis climbed up into the cockpit, it appears. Heavy damage on Williams in that 24. And a much sketchy non-start, if you will. And never getting on the old hammer there. And again, I guess it is up to your pole sitter to set the pace. And you got left rear quarter panel, rear side quarter panel damage on the 86 of Kyle Beard. So this should be interesting to see who all may have got damaged, and if that develops into anything significant, we'll keep our eyes on Beard to see if that may be a tire rub. But that wasn't insignificant contact that was made there with Williams and Gaddis. Goodness gracious. We'll try it once more. 30 laps in distance. Your American Racer Arm Series Modifieds going at it for 30 laps on the Mississippi youngster. 18-year-old Jay Lusenberg, and the one in contact for the race lead. Contact, and Lusenberg holds on to it, corrals it, and puts his foot to the firewall and tries to get a run down to the inside. To the inside, nope, he will not turn the favor, but he made it close. You couldn't have slid your mother's credit card between their door panels as your post sitter fading. As down to the inside goes Williams for third. Shuffled quickly, back to the 4th spot goes Lusenberg as Williams has a run down to his inside as Tristan Dykes. Gonna lead the first circuit and he'll lead lap number 2 as well. Off of corner number 4, he heads down the boulevard into one of that TaylorMade sponsor number 14T. Tristan Dykes coming around the top roads of the Ark-La-Tex Speedway with the number 86 of Kyle Beard humming around the top shelf. Kyle Beard off of turn number 4. One of the regional super late model standouts here. Came home third last month in the 5,555 crate late model main event as well. Held for John Mitchell's father, Ken Mitchell, at 67 Speedway. But a lot like many of these drivers, if you give him 4 tires and a steering wheel, he can get the job done. Right now he holds on to the 2nd spot as he hustles into 1. Tristan Dykes right where he wants to be right now. Maybe. It's a good news for you, Tristan, that you're out front of the race lead. The bad news is you got a very hard-charging, aggressive style driver in the form of Kyle Beard that's looking to hunt you down. And he is inching in closer. Inching in closer is Tristan with a little bit of a push there at the center of the corner and chopping in by a few car lengths, but he lost it there off the exit of 2, swung a little high, wide, and handsome. All the while, chipping away at 2nd now as the battle back here for 3rd, and the caution comes out for Sean Gaddis. So Sean Gaddis going to be the reason for your caution over here off the exit, or in corner number 2 rather. I did not see what transpired there to have him face the wrong direction here. And that will bring out our first caution with 5 laps scored and 25 laps remaining. So Tristan Dykes early had a nice comfortable advantage, but Kyle Beard was looking to chip away at it. And just as he had picked up a couple of car links, the 14T at Dykes giveth, and then he taketh away. So this could very well be a race of who can pound that cushion and who can be the more aggressor here tonight. Aggressive, the style of approach taken. As I'd have to say that the majority of these drivers up here near the front, they can win you a race of finesse. Be the case here at the finale of this one. With 25 laps remaining, again, 5 laps are scored of this 30-lap affair. The American Racer Modified Series for the first time ever here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway, and we are not going to go. Wow. We were going green, and I don't know where they. Well, we're throwing the green, and now the caution will come back out. I don't know what's going on with the starts or restarts here tonight. I don't have a radio to give me any kind of context as to what may be going on there, but from Jade Lusenberg now to Tristan Dykes. The difference between Lusenberg was he did not go, and this time I'm not sure if Dykes was a little trigger happy. Speculate that far anyway, but boy, it is a smoky one out here now. So on a night where the Williams family, all 3 won a heat race here, won 3 of the 4 contested heat races, and each of them have all had hardships here on this feature event. On the top 8 reach, I'll put Jade Lusenberg on the pole position. And that's Brock Bowen out of Fannin, Texas, over there sitting, face the wrong direction on the middle of corner number 2. We'll see if he can continue. It'd be silly to ever count Chris Hennigan out at any race, anytime here at his home racetrack. One of the all-time winningest racers here, bar none, at this speedway. Sometimes he has made it look easy when it is fact not the case. It hasn't necessarily been a wowing effort or a turn of the head kind of performance for him, but each and every one of these restarts, he's picked a couple more of these pockets here, and next thing you know, you look up, he's in 4th. A couple of restarts ago, he was in 7th. Chris Hennigan. There's still 12 laps to go, and I know better than to count him out. And if you know Ark-La-Tex area racing, you would be a fool to do so as well. But we'll keep our eyes on him, as well as Gaddis along his outside. You got Racing Jason. You got Jason Webb on the 15. Max Eddy back there. As up in front of Hennigan and Gaddis still continues to be the 86 of Beard, the 34 of Walker. And your race leader still with 12 laps to go of Tristan Dykes. He'll smash his foot to the firewall and get the party restarted. A good restart for Beard now. Beard with a good restart. He'll fire it to the outside into 1 and 2. Kyle Beard going to let it hang out up top. And he is about to have himself a rocket ship in the turn number 3 and try to pull to the back with the 14T at Dykes, but he cannot get there as Webb washes up the racetrack at corner number 4 as Gaddis went over the top, and we will go back to the caution flag. And we have a hard time getting green flag laps scored now into these history books. Didn't see what happened to Webb there. It looked like the right front broken on the number 15 J car. It's a tough break for Jason Webb, who had a great heat race effort earlier tonight. So as Rick Eshelman says, the fun meter has been pegged on Jason Webb as well as Fannin, Texas racer, the youngster Brock Bowen. If you haven't paid any attention to the United States Modified Touring Series this year, it's been a really exciting season where we saw 4 or 5 different first-time ever winners. I think Alex Williamson won one a couple of weeks back at 81 Speedway in Kansas. Cole Traugott. I'm gonna get a bunch of people correcting me on how you pronounce his last name. I haven't called one of his races yet, just being honest. Trying to remember off the top of my head here. Anyway, I haven't heard Bryce or anyone call his name, so I'm just being honest. Hopefully. But back to the task at hand. It has been a season of parity nonetheless. You've had 4 different first-time ever winners in a season that nearly every race is paying $10,000 to win. And it's, I believe, still out front leading the USMTS national point standings here as they're working down to it here. It's Derek Ramirez, who has had an outstanding season in his Cornet-powered number 4 R car, as the Woodward, Oklahoma racer who ended the year last year, I believe got a win at the RPM Speedway when he was sporting his Trump car. And then he had Brandon Shepard behind the wheel as a higher going, went over to RPM. I think it did he not sweep those? Nonetheless impressive. At that time, I think it was Shepard's 34th or 35th overall wins of the year. As the World of Outlaws tonight are up in Pennsylvania once more. Last night, Devin Moran got the victory with the World of Outlaws series. Cade Dillard came home 6th. For all you folks around the Ark-La-Tex maybe interested in what Cade did there. Of course, an outstanding showing last weekend by the late models as well, down at the Thompson 100 at Batesville Motor Speedway in Locust Grove, Arkansas, with Hudson O'Neal getting his second Crown Jewel victory. Won $30,000 the Show Me 100 earlier this year, or back in May rather, and then he won $40,000 last weekend. And Mooney Stars placed the race, holding off a hard-charging Jonathan Davenport, who wanted to get one for Lance Landers and that team. As speaking of the Locust Grove 3/8 mile high banked oval tonight, there's a 10,000 win Mid-America Street Stock Championship taking place. Just trying to fill you guys in a little bit on what's been going on, just a little bit with some of the regional or late model or any kind of happenings in racing nonetheless. As T-Mac Tim McCready got the win at Port Royal, and it kind of extending that point lead, and he needed that one. And tonight, Brandon Shepard repels Bobby Pierce to win at Davenport. So $30,000 in the back pocket of Brandon Shepard, repelling Bobby Pierce tonight at Davenport. Lights are out. We're backing away here, though, at Ark-La-Tex and Vivian, Louisiana. As I said, we're Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas all meet. Who's going to find their way to BSCU.org Victor Lane? Off the exit of 2, heading down the back straightaway, door-to-door, back here for the third spot, trying to go 3 wide. Jason Eagles gonna roll down to the hub to the inside of the 16 to win again. Chris Hennigan off of 4. Tristan Dykes still leads with 10 to go. 20 lap score, 10 to go. And here comes Kyle Beard for the race lead. Kyle Beard trying to find some stick and find some dig and get a run. Hasn't been able to find just enough mustard just yet to squirt by. He still steps on the catch-up packet as they head off into turn number 1. Beard. No fear in Beard tonight. Off the exit of 2, now rolls as close as he's been to the back of the number 14 tee of Tristan Dykes to this juncture. It's heating up for the race lead off of 4. Here comes Beard. Can't find enough stick that time. Into turn number 1 on a slicker. That's not on a doorknob racetrack, as my good friend Nick Robbins used to say. It's a slick one tonight here in Vivian. Off of turn number 4. On the front boulevard into 1, the 44-year-old Tristan Dykes, your race leader right now, holds off the 86 of the silent assassin Kyle Beard. As we work down to it next time by, it'll be 6 laps to go. Michael Walker prevails by a few car lengths over the 16 to Hennigan, who still holds on to 4th. And Kenny Gannis running out the top 5 with Jason Eagles running 6th right now. Again, as we work down to it, 5 laps to go the next time by for Tristan Dykes. Down into 1 and 2. Dykes goes up a lane a little bit higher off the exit of 2. Looking to pay dividends for him is Chris Hennigan. Now picking up a little bit of slack on the 34-year-old Walker. As your field right now knows the till. As more often times than not, I could say it'd be a rarity for this place to be single file. We have seen some pretty amazing USMTS modified races here over the years, and many a great Saturday night features, and this one very well may end up with a very exciting finish, because here comes the 86 of Beard. Within striking distance to capitalize on any given mistake that Tristan Dykes may give him the chew on here. Working down to it. 2 laps to go this time by. Kyle Beard out of Truman, Arkansas. Off the exit of 2. Trying to find anything to get a run on the main Pearl, Texas racer Tristan D, as the white flag will come out this time by. The 35-year-old out of Truman, Arkansas, Kyle Beard, with his crosshairs dialed up. He'll take a different approach into turns 1 and 2 and try to find some stick and some dig off the exit 2 and roll into 3 with some momentum for the final time. Into 3 and 4. It will not be enough tonight. Leading all 30 tonight, the main Pearl Texan, Tristan D. Tristan Dykes takes the win of the TaylorMade number 14T. A commanding performance tonight for Tristan Dykes to win one here in Vivian, Louisiana. Kyle Beard will snag second. Third will go to the 34 of Mickey Walker.
What can you tell us about the racetrack tonight? It was good for me. That's all that matters right now. But it was a hard change and decision to make this year. Change the cars. This is our first win this year, and God, I needed it. Thank y'all very much for seeing it.
Definitely a good point tonight, huh?
Well, I just want the wins. Ark-La-Tex, yeah, period. First one here, too.
First win ever at Ark-La-Tex Speedway for the 14T. All right, so obviously you'll be at Monroe tomorrow. You'll be extend your points lead.
Yeah.
What's the plan for that?
I'm going to get me a guitar. We'll see y'all. Thank y'all.
All right, give it up for Tristan Dykes. Tops a field of 33 USRA modifieds tonight.
A few laps into your Pro Mod feature event, folks. And Chase Hatton, who came from worst to first earlier in heat race action, is going to be a race leader as he sets the pace here off of corner number 4. Apologies for the several laps I missed there on the call. As back at it here down the back straightaway, BJ Cook fires out of a cannon into 3 to the outside of the number 4 of Jeffrey Bechet for the 4 spot off of 4. Trent Humphrey up in front, and around goes Jeff Rice at the bottom of turn 4. And we'll see if he can keep it rolling here, or if the caution waves, and it will. Back underway here at Ark-La-Tex in your Pro Mod main event. 18 laps remain, 2 laps are scored, or 17 laps will remain now as they exit corner number 4 with Chase Hatton, your race leader, and he enters turn number 1. The 4V of Doug Vick Jr. on the top rope of the racetrack with the other number 4, Sarepta, Louisiana's Jeffrey Bechet, who's toting the left front. 3 wide back here for the 5th spot, or 4th spot. Jeffrey Bechet got the left front high in the sky here, and Vivian the Knight, and it is working for him, as well as the 16 who's toting the left front as well. As all 4s on the surface for your race leader, Chase Hatton. But certainly digging. As working down to it in the race program tonight, the second to final race of the evening here at Ark-La-Tex. We'll head on to the Revolution Park in Monroe, Louisiana tomorrow night. Dirt on the Rev, presented by Dylan Scott. He's been doing great things in country music this year. Excited to get back over there to the Rev. Nick Brown and the whole staff, everyone's been doing a fantastic job. It's been a real treat and a great opportunity to be able to call the action there. So look forward to hanging out with you guys again once more tomorrow night at the Revolution Park. Now you heard Tristan down there say he wants to get one of them guitars down there tomorrow night. So he took some Louisiana lunch money tonight. Tomorrow night he'll try to leave with a guitar and might be able to try to pick the strings of one of those after he tries to pick the pockets of all of his competitors once more, as he's done on this Friday night. So the remaining 12 laps and distance of this Pro Mod feature event, and then we'll have our 20-lap Crate Lake Model feature event, and that will wrap up the action here tonight on this Friday night special at Ark-La-Tex. It's Chase Hatton out of DeBerry, Texas, that'll send us back to the green flag, this time off of corner number 4 with Doug Vick Jr. and Jeffrey Bechet in row number 2. Jason Beasley, Trent Humphrey in the 3rd row here, Mike Morris. And we're back underway down the front straightaway. They call him into turn number 1. Vick Jr. gets the better of the number 4 Bechet to go to second on the restart. Humphrey a little sidestep there and allows the number 5 of Morris to get a run, but allows the number 16 of Beasley to go by to 4th. Beasley now will set his sights on the number 4, Jeffrey Bechet, off of corner number 4. Heading off the exit of 2 and down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Humphrey, the lone car, taking the outside of the racetrack, trying to use all that momentum and wind it up to his advantage. Just cannot quite find enough mustard as he squirts down the front straightaway into 1. He'll now try to tuck in toe down to the low side of the racetrack, but cannot fit in, and we get one more caution. As the track is pretty slippery right now as the 41 machine going around here in 3 and 4. So Brad Timon and the number 41 started 8th in this one and lost the handle of that hot rod there in turns 3 and 4, and he'll be able to continue on. So you're seeing a lot of these drivers out here, that old 3-link setup, kind of digging on that right rear, toting the left front around the racetrack. Looked like Hatton was trying to pick his up a little bit at times. Nonetheless, it looked like his cars were planted a little bit more stable on all 4s. Whatever gets the job done. So we're 50% into this one, the other half to go yet. 10 in, 10 laps to go with this 20-lapper. And your Pro Mod feature event here at Ark-La-Tex. And oh my goodness, Humphrey maybe gave it a goose a little bit too early there. Well, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. As Humphrey got on the lap pit a little bit student, and we go 3 wide there momentarily, and BJ Cook trying to get back on the racetrack unscathed. He will. That got hairy. Down the front straightaway into 1 and 2 as they exit corner number 2. It's all Chase Hatton all the time right now as the number 4 of Bechet now has prevailed. Once more back to second. They keep playing games for second now as Vic Jr. had him on that last restart, and this time it's Jeffrey Bechet who gets the better of Vic Jr. on this restart. 8 laps to go this time. Uh-oh, we got one nearly. Oh, one going upside down. It's going to be Mike Morris. The elder statesman Mike Morris in a wild crash down here on the front straightaway. It wasn't a hard tumble, but nonetheless, he does go upside down. That was wild. James Griffin, I believe, the other car involved down here in turns 1 and 2. They were hooked together and just couldn't come unhooked. And Griffin got into the front stretch wall there, and the 5 car was just hung along, and you see James Griffin go jump out to check on Mike. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't go check. Yeah, he didn't go just check on him. He went over there and rattled his cage a little bit, which isn't very nice. Jeez. Mike Morris will drive away from this one. It's good to see for Mike Morris, a longtime veteran racer here in the Ark-La-Tex area. It wasn't like a super hard tumble. Obviously, he's able to drive away on his own power. So, you know, good Lord willing, thankfully he was able to get away. You know, sometimes you just kind of tip over, and I mean, nonetheless, you don't like to see anybody flip. But car obviously able to get back to the pit area, not needing a wrecker service to do so. And James Griffin is, we'll just say he's hot underneath the collar, if you will. And there's a few race fans out here that he might, will more than likely not sell a T-shirt to this year. And he'll take his mangled number 26 car. Look at that. I'm not sure what we're looking at, folks. Is that his tire? No. Mercy. So James Griffin will try to get his temper in check a little bit. Understandably so. You don't like to tear up your race car, and tempers will flow and flare up at the racetrack when you're in it on the front straightaway fence on a hot dirt track Saturday night. And that's just what you got there, folks. It's not the first time we've seen that, and a few fireworks on a Saturday night short track special. I called that one all wrong. Thought James was going to go over there and check on him, and sure enough, he checked on him. He shook him around and make sure he was still alive over there. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. We're going to go back lights out and go to the green flag this time. Why not, folks? We got more racing to settle the score here. We got 8 more trips around the Ark-La-Tex Speedway after a little rough and tumble. A little changing of the guard down there in 1. So it's going to be up to the Mad Hatter this time to lead us back down on the straightaway to the point. And I'm not even sure what Chase's number is anymore. That thing is hard to read. Heading down the back straightaway. They've been playing Indian Giver for second between Vic Jr. and Bechet. And now Vic will go to the top ropes of the racetrack and try to find some momentum down the front stretch. And now Trent Humphrey will throw his hat back into the ring. He hasn't been a factor since early on in this one, as he lost wholesale early on in this race. 6 laps to go the next time by for the Mad Hatter. Chase Hatton, who pilots the number L8. Of course, the LA car. Driven this year in memory of Papa Ray Ingalls, who we lost earlier this year. We miss Papa Ray dearly. Of course, the father of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer, Doug Ingalls. As Papa Ray was building the motors for the L8 machine here of Chase Hatton. And I mentioned earlier how Chase has often been a big hand and a huge help to IRP Racing Chassis, the IRP shop over there in Hallsville, Texas on Ingalls Hill. And he has honestly learned a thing or two from the Ingalls and picking their brains and having the knowledge from the guys like Papa Ray and, of course, Doug Ingalls hanging around the shop. You just hang around Doug Ingalls for a little while, he'll tell you a story or two, and he's such a treat to have around. And Chase Hatton has used a lot of that tutelage to his advantage, and right now he is checked up and checked out on him here at Ark-La-Tex in your Pro Mod feature event. Looking for win number 14 of the season tonight in L8. Down the front stretch once more into 1 and 2. It'll leave 1.5 laps to go as he meets the midpoint of the back straightaway. No contest in this one. Barring a mechanical setback or a catastrophe for the driver of the L8, it will be a cruising of the checkers in comfortable fashion. The white flag is out for the Mad Hatter. And the second and final race of the night came from worst to first. It set himself up from the front row tonight, and he has not looked back since. He's been the class of the Pro Mod division for now 3 years running. The Mad Hatter, Chase Hatton, goes back to victory lane at Ark-La-Tex tonight for his second win of the year in L8.
modified?
It's at the house. My dad couldn't come. He had to go to Alabama for health reasons there. So I was here by myself. Well, I had my brother and I had my girlfriend here. I'm sure they're over a video and I'm sure they're cheering right now. But I just kind of one-man deal here tonight. So I just brought the Pro Mod. The modified ain't running 100% right now, So thinking about taking this thing here to Texas, see if we can't do any better.
All right. So tomorrow night you'll be over at Bell's at Grayson County Speedway, trying to increase your Stems points lead.
Yeah, that's where we're gonna go. Them guys are real good. They pay real good. I don't see why some of these guys don't go over there. Even though the Rev does have a badass looking trophy, that's for sure. But yeah, that's where we're gonna go.
All right, let's give it up for Chase Hatton and Lazy 8.
This is your final race of the night here at Ark-La-Tex Speedway as the Crate Lake Model Feature event going 20 laps in distance rolls on the racetrack here as the field will start to form up there at the midpoint of the back straightaway and on the pole position tonight. The driver of the Healthcare Express, Kaiser Manufacturing, Integra Shocks and Springs, W&W Timber, Team 5 Enterprise, Kenneth High Performance. Number 5 is the Catman. Looking for some cat scratch fever tonight. It's John Mitchell from Texarkana in the Rocket XR1 chassis number 5. Outside of the front row, your winner of heat race number 2 tonight, the winner of Victory Race Wraps, or in the Victory Race Wraps, number 4 JC out of Oil City, Louisiana, it's Tim Eves, the 2007 Limited Modified Track Champion here in Vivian. Inside of her number 2 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, it's Bad Chad DuPont of the Black Diamond chassis number 57. You got the 54G of Garrett Gibson, double G, and the Advanced Powder Coating Black Diamond chassis number 54G out of Houghton, Garen Lindsay, Tony Lindsay. David Winslet starts outside of 2. So we're underway down the front stretch for 20 laps and the second ever night that the Crate Lake models have visited the Ark-La-Tex Speedway. And quickly on the start, sliding in front of the nose of Winslet with the 57 of DuPont. Winslet crosses him over, goes down to the hub of the racetrack at 3 and 4 on the first circuit. Off at turn number 4. It'll be interesting to see where the Crate Lakes run. Mitchell leads them right through the middle of the racetrack that time and separates himself by a couple of car lengths as now Winslet goes by East for second. John Mitchell very well accomplished as a USMTS modified win up at 81 Speedway in Kansas a couple of years ago. As Mitchell, a longtime mod racer around the Ark-La-Tex and a Super Lake model standout. Now been focusing a little bit more on these Crate Lakes as of late with the big money that's coming up. Of course, $50,000 on the line at the Super Beach Speedway in Chatham, Louisiana. next month. As we head down the back straightaway, Mitchell right now with the lead over Winsley. They're 3 wide back here for the 5th spot. At the rolling into turn number 3, it's Gibson and the Lindsays. Garen Lindsay in that Bushwhacker chassis. And the 485 of Tony Lindsay, the Parakeetville native. The Lindsays right now having a pretty strong performance tonight, and the freight train rolling like a locomotive, living up to his moniker. Brandon Ball in the B-17 up on the top ropes of the racetrack as he is trying to go back to back to back to back around the Ark-La-Tex regional racetracks here. He has a long road ahead to be able to get the job done tonight. He is finding any amount of stick and dig that he can find on that cush up top and trying to find it and bite it in that B-17 Black Diamond. It's a Rocket XR1 out front leading this one tonight over the Black Diamond chassis number 21 of David Winslet out of South Bossier City, Louisiana. Winslet not allowing John Mitchell to get away as Winslet separated himself over Tim East, who rides 3rd. 4th is Chad DuPont, 5th is Garrett Gibson, and the battle from 6th on back is a logjam. 6th on back, they're door to door for a few rows here. As Brandon Ball, the one to watch up on the top ropes, he's trying to pick the pocket of a couple of them at a time. So we head off at 4 down the front stretch. Well, continue to look at that battle back here. 3 wide. It's Ball. It's Lindsay. It's the 28 from Castro, Louisiana of Colton Ewan driving that Capital chassis number 28. One of Marshall Green's Capital chassis built entries here tonight. Rolling into 1. Lap traffic. As we're 50% in, 10 in and 10 laps to go this time. At the midpoint of the back straightaway heads John Mitchell. Dalton Spear, the first car that will be a victim, will be disposed of to put down a circuit here. Then you'll finally get a Tyler Owens, Stuckey, and Austin DuPont. But it'll be maybe a few more circuits for Mitchell to reach that heavy set of tail end of lap traffic. But we'll keep our eyes on it. As that is what we're looking at here, is if Winslet, again, who is rolling a very nice race tonight, as Mitchell has to change his lineup to get around lap traffic, not playing him any favors as Spear in that number 82 car. Mitchell dials it down to the bottom of the racetrack in 3 and 4. He'll now put 1 car in between he and the nose. Look out, lap traffic off at turn number 4. It's Austin DuPont. So Austin DuPont, didn't see how he came around there, but you see the right rear quarter panel damage scrunched in there. So that'll be your first caution. We run 11 laps unscathed, caution free. And we'll have 9 laps remaining here in this 20-lap affair for the Crate Late Model main event. So you didn't want to see that caution if you wanted to see maybe what was going to happen through lap traffic. In the same breath, maybe David Winslet has something if he's a little bit closer here on the restart. Winslet did start 4th, although he quickly picked the pocket of a couple of them to go to 2nd in those first couple of laps. Mitchell had already gotten away by a pretty good margin, and we'll see here on a clean restart what Winslet can do, if he can do anything with the 5 of John Mitchell. Oh, and Brandon Ball just slipped over the top in turns 1 and 2. The freight train, who had been rolling like a locomotive, trying to get his 4th consecutive victory between 4 different racetracks. That run will end and headed to the pit area for him, MB-17. Where did Garen Lindsay come from? Garen Lindsay has rode to 3rd in car number 24, and holy smokes, he's digging. Look at this. And a who? A Bushwhacker chassis, folks. That's not the Bull Bushwhacker, but right now he is riding that baby into turn number 3. And he's got less than 8 laps to go. 5 to go right now into 1. What a run tonight for Garen Lindsay. I mentioned a few laps ago that he and Tony were having a good run tonight. Well, boy, he snuck up the 3rd quickly. as John Mitchell once more hitting his marks. And the top 3 cars are separated by the same exact distance around the racetrack right now at this juncture with 3 laps to go. John Mitchell won the first ever crate race held here at the Ark-La-Tex Speedway more than a month or so ago. As Mitchell, also the winner at the Texarkana 67 Speedway on their most recent event. As the 24 Lindsay just succumbs to the pressure of the 4JC at 10. Eaves is having a great effort tonight. Eaves goes back to the 3rd spot. Putting Lindsay back and forth with Chad DuPont still running in the 5th spot here as the white flag waves this time for the Catman, John Mitchell. It'll be the final note. The 5 car will sing down the back straightaway. The cat's meow, the Catman, rolling to the beat of his own drum with some cat scratch fever. The Catman, John Mitchell, to victory lane of the Crate Late Model 20 lap main event tonight. And his Rocket XR1, Healthcare Express, WW Timber, Integra Shops and Springs, Kennesaw Performance. Number 5 car, John Mitchell, wins your Crate Late Model feature race tonight over David Winslet in 21. And Garen Lindsay, post-race fireworks with Tim Eaves. Is it what I saw, unless there was something previously that happened. Looked like Eaves got by in there pretty cleanly, but may have missed that. One more final Victor Lane celebration here with your Texarkana, Texas native, John Mitchell.
That there was a super late model race here at this track. Man, I wish he'd race here every week. I try to talk him into it, but yeah, he's got a heck of a facility. Always got a good show out, and racetrack's always pretty good. He changes this thing up time to time. All right, give it up for the Catman, John Mitchell. I'd like to thank my old lady Kim. She's standing behind us here, you know, in the ups and downs. I don't know, we got a good race car. I mean, I'm getting some confidence in this thing. We give 2 or 3 races away this year. You know, we just keep fighting, you know. Are you headed to Murray tomorrow? I think we're going back to the shop. We'll probably get ready for that food deal next weekend. Man, I got a full-time job selling race car parts and trying to do this, just low on crew, and we're probably going to sit tomorrow out and just try to get prepped up for the next week. All right, let's hear it one more time for the Catman, John Mitchell.